back and live from New York City. Today's lineup is full of can't-miss conversations, including a close look at how federal regulations are impacting cannabis, as well as sessions on what makes for investment-grade innovation in the CPG space and making your brand legible to AI agents. We've got 6 incredible brands pitching live in the new Beverage Showdown finals, presented by Coca-Cola North America's new revenue streams unit. One will take home the trophy today. Stick around to see who it is. If you missed anything earlier, no problem. Replays are available to insiders at BevNET.com/video. And while you're here, don't forget about our next BevNET Live event in Marina Del Rey, California, this December 6th through 8th. It's going to be 3 days packed with presentations, networking, sampling, and one-to-one meetings. Mark your calendars and get ready to kick off 2027 the right way. Learn more at BevNET.com/events. Stay right there and keep this tab open. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Melissa Travers, Director of Community at BevNET CPG Media and host of the Nambes podcast, BevNET's How to Build This podcast for the food and beverage industry. Nambes.com is BevNET's hub for CPG partners and information. Find trusted industry partners, our masterclass style education series, company announcements, job opportunities, data reports, and the Nambes podcast all in one place. Visit Nambes.com to help you build smarter.
Hey folks, I'm Ray Latif, the editor, producer, and host of the #1 podcast for anyone building a business in food or beverage, Taste Radio. Thank you so much for watching our live stream. We hope you're enjoying the content, and we know that you'll enjoy listening to Taste Radio, which features interviews with founders of the most innovative and fast-growing brands in our industry. Recent episodes include conversations with Truff founders Nick Guillen and Nick Eshlouni, who share their strategy for scaling the business without losing the edge that made it a phenomenon. Nutrabolt CEO Das Cunningham, who turned a scrappy supplement startup into a billion-dollar beverage powerhouse, competing with industry giants. And Gary Vaynerchuk, who believes the future of CPG might look a lot more like Pokemon than packaged goods. My Taste Radio co-hosts and I also highlight the most relevant trends and news stories affecting emerging brands and share insights and advice on how to avoid pitfalls and scale effectively. Download or stream every episode of Taste Radio at tasteradio.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or your listening platform of choice.
Hi, I'm Monica Watrous, Managing Editor of NOSH.
I'm Brad Avery, Senior Reporter for BevNET and NOSH.
And I'm Lucas Southern, Senior Reporter for BevNET and NOSH.
And we are the hosts of the CPG Week podcast, your source for the latest food and beverage industry news, delivered to you weekly in a snackable, easy-to-digest format. Listen and subscribe on your podcast streaming platform of choice.
The most beneficial thing to our business is really reconnecting with founders who have done it before and have either exited or exhibited best-in-class tactics, skills, approaches to the business. And it's always great to brush up on those skills at these conferences.
Actually meeting everyone face to face. They're just here offering information to help you become better as a brand.
I come to BevNET Live to really meet and mingle with all the top people in the industry. I mean, from retailers to distributors to fellow beverage entrepreneurs, everyone's here.
we're back and live from New York City. Today's lineup is full of can't-miss conversations, including a close look at how federal regulations are impacting cannabis, as well as sessions on what makes for investment-grade innovation in the CPG space and making your brand legible to AI agents. We've got 6 incredible brands pitching live in the new Beverage Showdown finals, presented by Coca-Cola North America's new revenue streams unit. One will take home the trophy today. Stick around to see who it is. If you missed anything earlier, no problem. Replays are available to insiders at BevNET.com/video. And while you're here, don't forget about our next BevNET Live event in Marina Del Rey, California, this December 6th through 8th. It's going to be 3 days packed with presentations, networking, sampling, and one-to-one meetings. Mark your calendars and get ready to kick off 2027 the right way. Learn more at BevNET.com/events. Stay right there and keep this tab open. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Melissa Travers, Director of Community at BevNET CPG Media and host of the NOM-Based podcast, BevNET's How to Build This Podcast for the Food and Beverage Industry. NOM-Based.com is BevNET's hub for CPG partners and information. Find trusted industry partners, our masterclass style education series, company announcements, job opportunities, data reports, and the NOM-Based podcast all in one place. Visit NOM-Based.com to help you build smarter.
Hey folks, I'm Ray Latif, the editor, producer, and host of the #1 podcast for anyone building a business in food. All right, welcome to day 2 of BevNET Live NYC 2026. We meet again. My name is Ray Latif. I'm the editor, producer, and host of the Taste Radio podcast, which is the #1 podcast for the food and beverage industry. I'm also the host of the new Beverage Showdown, BevNET Live's signature beverage brand competition. We've reached the final round of the showdown, which is presented by the new revenue streams unit of Coca-Cola North America and gives early stage and promising brands the opportunity to present their business plans and products to a panel of expert judges and the audience here at BevNET Live. The winner of the 2-day competition will receive an industry awareness package worth $10,000 and join a short list of brands that have triumphed in the showdown. You've heard of them. It includes Poppy, Health-Ade, Malk, and Can. Out of the 12 semifinalists we presented yesterday, 6 have made it to the final round. Let's talk about the rules for the finals. Each of the 6 brands will have 4 minutes to present and receive 4 to 5 minutes of immediate feedback from the judging panel. The final round is split up into a morning session and a later morning session with 3 brands presenting in each. After all the brands have presented, the judges will convene, pick a winner, and we'll announce that winner here on stage at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Just to note, there's no audience voting in the final round. We have an incredible judging panel for this round of the showdown. Let's introduce them, beginning with Samantha Fletcher, who is the senior category merchant for the newly established adult beverage non-alcoholic category at Whole Foods Market. Samantha is helping to shape what this new category means for both the company and the broader alcohol and beverage industry. One of my favorite people in the industry, bar none, Samantha Fletcher. And of course, another one of my favorite people, Dan White. Dan White is a seasoned consumer products executive with a track record of building and scaling new growth platforms for some of the world's most recognized food, beverage, and lifestyle brands. As the former chief of new revenue streams at Coca-Cola North America, he led a diverse portfolio spanning beverage alcohol, coffee, premium water, ready-to-drink mixers, home equipment, and emerging business models with end-to-end P&L responsibility. Dan White, thanks for joining us again. Quickly becoming one of my favorite people in the industry is Lynn Altman, who's the CEO of Brand Now, a boutique brand strategy and innovation consultancy that has spent 18 years turning cultural shifts into products that actually move. Her client roster spans Fortune 500s and emerging brands alike. She also brings the rare perspective of both consultant and operator. She founded and sold two of her brands, Mama Bear and ParentGiving.com, and is the author of Brand It Yourself, the fast, focused way to marketplace magic. Lynn Altman. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that John Craven was also one of my favorite people in the industry. He is the founder and CEO of BevNET. John's a widely recognized authority on the beverage industry and is frequently cited in mainstream media. His vision shapes the editorial, publishing, and positioning of all BevNET properties, including BevNET.com, Taste Radio, Nosh.com, BevNET Magazine, Brewbound, and our associated events. John Craven. All right, I am very excited for all the founders that are going to be presenting today. It is going to be a great competition. Let's get right to it with our first founder. His name is Nicholas Maxfield. He is the founder of Kabu Latte. Come on up, Max. Excuse me, Nicholas. Welcome back.
Thank you, my friend.
Good to see you. All right, you got your microphone.
Yes, sir.
You've got a clicker.
Got the clicker.
And please keep an eye on your timer.
Thank you, Ray.
Yep.
Good morning. Great to see everybody again. Everybody's in such a good mood. It's almost like something amazing happened in New York last night. I'm excited to share this stage with 5 awesome brands, and I'm excited to talk a little bit more about Kabu. So Kabu is different. Most lattes use dairy or alt milk. We use cacao. So same bean that chocolate comes from. It has a naturally creamy component, and we blend that creamy component with cold brew coffee. Ready-to-drink consumption has more than doubled since 2023. And we are at a moment where the consumer is trading up. The category is premiumizing, but the latte remains fundamentally unchanged. Kabu is a structural change to a mature latte category. And we know that historically the consumer has rewarded brands that have brought about structural change in their respective categories. Now, we're in the early stages of experiencing those consumer rewards. We're seeing strong velocities in natural and specialty retail. We're seeing even stronger velocities in offices. 3 days after we landed on Google's Pacific Northwest campuses, we got a phone call. They can't keep us in stock. We're flying off the shelves. We were told to expect orders of 80 cases a week from Google. They're going through 200. Now, this is something I started in my kitchen in a blender, and I knew right away I had something special, something that I had to share with as many people as possible. So I rented a commercial kitchen space. I made kabu by the 4-gallon keg. I bought a tricycle, loaded it up, pedaled around Denver, and served it on the streets. This new flavor profile and this velvety smooth mouthfeel from the pairing of these two beautiful ingredients, it just makes people light up. And if you've stopped by our trike, that very same trike, by the way, I pedaled around Denver, I've probably had the privilege of watching you light up when you try kabu. Now, these responses are almost universal, and they're really our purpose, our reason for being. So now we're here. We're ready to drink. We've been on the market for less than 1 year. We're seeing strong velocities. We're seeing repeat. And we're experiencing overwhelmingly positive consumer response. We're growing fast. It's such a privilege to be the first brand to share this beautiful combination of ingredients with people. But the motivation remains the same. It's to share something with people that really causes them to have that special response of just surprise and delight. Thank you so much. Thank you, judges.
You can hang on to that because you're going to hang out with me up on stage
yes,
here. Yeah.
Yes.
Well done.
Right.
Just
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you, Ray.
All right, let's start with Samantha. You know, the semifinal judges roundly praised the taste of Kabu Latte. What do you think? Do you have any questions for Nicholas?
No questions, just congratulations on a great product.
Thank you.
As a non-dairy person, I actually very much appreciate this. One thing that I did not catch, though, was the actual brand name. What was the inspiration behind that, and if that ties any into the ingredient portion of your drink?
Love that question. We were about to print all of our materials, and I needed a name in an hour, so I said, call it Kabu. Ka is for cacao. Boo is for butter.
There you go.
There you go, indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan, Nicholas talked about consumers wanting to trade up in coffee. Are they trading up to Kabu?
Yeah, I mean, I think what I tasted the product yesterday out at the kiosk there. I thought it was delicious, and I thought this idea, and then you explained it really well, and this idea around the new standard for creaminess. I would love to see, I mean, I see the frame of reference of what you have on the slide here of how hard they're leaning into the structural change. And I do think that the brand itself can dial up the idea that it is the first to drive structural change through the cacao. And it's a bit hidden, it's recessed. I think you gotta be more proud of that piece of it, because the taste profile of the creaminess really, really delivers on that. It's a beautiful brand with like a great, great taste. I think just needs a little bit more work on that positioning piece of it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Not a lot of time for consumers to understand what you're selling. Does Kabu, does it speak intuitive to you, Lynn?
It doesn't, well, as a name, now that I know that Kabu stands for cacao butter, like I wish I knew that the whole time. I had that as one of my questions, because I felt like it should be called like Kala for like cacao latte or something that really signaled what it was. So making that distinction more clear, I think would be really helpful, that is the magic ingredient. I think it also helps tell the story of the creaminess and where that comes from.
Yeah, a lot of people drink coffee for caffeine, and after that Knicks game, we probably need a little bit more caffeine this morning. John, what do you think about the functional benefit and the taste of the product?
Yeah, I mean, I think the taste is really, really good. I think, you know, my, I don't know, just gut reaction to this is I would just caution trying to be too much of like an educator on cacao, because I feel like we've seen a lot of beverage brands in the past that have tried to champion cacao juice, et cetera, and it kind of just goes over the consumer's head. And I think the more you can just dial this in on like, it's super tasty, it's familiar, but a little elevated, you know, obviously these nuances are like super hard to actually execute, but I mean, you have great liquid. I think the brand is fun. You know, it seems like something that it's just a modern brand and solid liquid. Like it could be that simple. So, and obviously like the plant-based side of it is huge too, so.
Thank you.
All right, Nicholas, well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it.
Yeah, round of applause for Nicholas Maxfield. Who's cheering? All right, whoever was cheering like that, keep more of that. That's good stuff. Thank you. All right, up next we have Ben Starmer from Dadgrass. Come on up. Good to see you again.
You too.
How are things? You know the microphone?
Thank you so much.
And you got your clicker? Please keep an eye on your timer.
Hi, all. My name is Ben Starmer, and I am one of the co-founders of Dadgrass. I said this yesterday, but I'm going to say it again. We believe that today's weed gets you too damn high. Not that there's anything wrong with that. We just couldn't find a dose or a beverage that we truly, truly loved. So we created our own. Introducing Dadgrass Leisure Drinks. They're available in both 3 and 10 milligrams and are made with a thoughtfully selected blend of other functional ingredients, including CBD, lion's mane, and L-theanine, for a well-rounded, balanced, and elevated experience that prevents the paranoia and anxiety that a lot of people experience when they consume THC. But the defining feature of Dadgrass isn't the dose or the functionals, it's the flavor. Because we believe enduring beverage brands are built on taste. Because if it's just a product that's just gonna get you high, that's a means to an end. But if you've built something that people come back for again and again, you're building the foundation of a real brand. And that's what we're trying to do. We've crafted these beverages with real juice and natural extracts with the intention of creating something layered, complex, crushable, craveable, and worth coming back to. That approach has earned us recognition from our lovely host. Thank you so much, BevNET. And most recently, the Best Infused RTD Cocktail at the High Spirits Awards. But taste isn't all that matters, and we believe that creating a deep emotional connection with your customers is essential to building an enduring brand. And building a brand with a capital B is exactly what we've been doing for the last 6 years. For us, that means going beyond just advertising. Instead, creating an immersive world that you can step into. From a rich fan community, national press, and partnerships ranging from retailers to cultural figures. We're honored to have just announced our collaboration with the Miles Davis estate, Bitches Brew by Dadgrass. And it's all working. Our audience spans generations. More than 50% of our fans are women, despite the name Dadgrass, and nearly half of our beverage consumers on D2C come back for at least one more order, but usually 5 to 10. There's someone in the crowd that's had over 20 orders in the last year. Because at the end of the day, people build relationships with brands, not products. We're still early on our distribution journey outside of DTC, but we're seeing very positive signals. We chose to partner with top DSD beer networks, or wholesalers, excuse me, largely within the Molson Coors network. We believe in going deep before going wide. And we're learning the business along some of the best distribution networks in the country, one market, one distributor, and one account at a time. We recently launched Connecticut, a market with a 3 milligram potency cap, because we believe it offers valuable insight into what a more standardized future for the category will look like. And with that, I'd like to address the elephant in the room. While there is certainly some uncertainty in the air, we're incredibly confident in the long-term future of THC beverages. Whatever happens in the near term, one thing is clear: the consumer demand is undeniable. And we don't believe that regulatory uncertainty changes the long-term opportunity. Today, thousands of retailers across grocery, convenience, and liquor are already participating meaningfully, and major retailers like Target, Sprouts, and Circle K continue to expand. Wrong vouch.
Well done. Dan, let's start with you. Low-dose THC leisure drinks. What do you think of the concept?
Yeah, I love it. You got everything in before the gong anyway, so it was really great.
Thanks.
I'm excited about this brand. I think it's a really fun brand that links the past with the future and kind of ignores all the sciencey pieces and the kind of the gummy pieces of the brand. I also see a brand just in regulation that if something was to happen either which way, that like from a recess to a trip, that it still has legs. I mean, I love your graphics and the positioning of the brand overall, and I love the idea that every distributor, every retailer is going to be looking for sessionability. So this idea of like the high amounts versus the low amounts is really good positioning.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Lynn, in the sampling room, there was some discussion about the name Dadgrass. What do you think of the name and its appeal to a broad range of consumers?
I love it. I mean, I think it's such a nod. It's so lighthearted, unlike something like Man Cereal where it's polarizing. Like, there's really nothing polarizing about Dadgrass. So as a woman, you almost feel like I'm just drinking a Bud or a Miller. It has that beer, that general beer quality to it. I do have a comment though on the flavors. One is a yuzu grapefruit, and they're delicious, but then the other one is margarita. So I would say, like, choose an ingredient lane and keep it consistent, and don't confuse it with a cocktail, because I think that muddies the waters.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah. John, do you see Dadgrass as pulling from beer drinkers or the beer industry as an alternative?
I mean, it definitely looks like a beer, for sure. I think also, obviously, there's another dad brand and Happy Dad that's out there kind of like, helping to build that concept just in mainstream culture. I think that's kind of a smart thing to latch onto. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, it does kind of like the other judges said, I feel like it just has a brand that feels, I don't know, it feels kind of comfortable, approachable, which is not something I'd say about every, cannabis beverage we've seen out there. So well done.
Thank you so much.
Samantha, no THC drinks in Whole Foods yet, but as I asked you before, I mean, do you see Dadgrass as a brand that could potentially live in a Whole Foods?
I do. Again, like you said, without that being a category that we're really looking for products in general, I think that it reads very easy. It's the branding of it looks like it's been around for a really long time, which I think is very hard to get the simplicity behind it. Also, one thing that I do want to give you a lot of credit for was your distribution plan that you just talked about. You are very intentional with starting in very certain sections. A lot of people will try to go right out of the gate. We want all national, or we want all of California and New York and Florida. So hats off to you for being very intentional with your distribution plan.
I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Good stuff. Ben, well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Just moving along here with our third finalist for part one of the New Beverage Showdown Finals. We've got John Maloney from Dirty Virgo. Come on up. Hello again. Got a microphone? Microphone. Your clicker?
Microphone? Microphone.
You can use both if you want.
Ooh,
Please
okay.
keep an eye on your timer.
Hi, friends. My name is John, and I am the co-founder of Dirty Virgo, where we make virgin cocktails with electrolytes, for if thou knowest, virgins have more fun. So by way of introduction, this is myself and my co-founder James, and between us we have over 17 years experience in the beverage industry, including time at Anheuser-Busch, Pernod Ricard, Blue Bottle Coffee, and CleanCo non-alcoholic spirits, which is to say we have been watching beverage trends for a while now, and one thing is clear and unmistakable: alcohol consumption is still going down. Last year, the $308 billion industry declined 5% in volume, while non-alcoholic beer alone has grown over 111% since 2021. And yes, beer has obviously led the way so far, but recent reports are showing that cocktails are now the most demanded non-alcoholic option, especially in the on-premise. But despite the hype around the category, there is still not a clear category leader. So put simply, if you ask the average person on the street to name a non-alcoholic cocktail brand, they still can't. And why do we think that is? So this category has been built in the fringes of health and wellness with functional ingredients and supplement positioning, but we're getting to a place where just the everyday social drinker is trying to cut back, and frankly, not everyone wants to guess what a blackcurrant aperitif with a proprietary afterglow blend is. So, if non-alcoholic cocktails are going to break into the mainstream, we need a brand that acts less like a supplement and more like a cocktail. And that is what Dirty Virgo is being built to be. So our products are simple. We make virgin versions of the nation's favorite cocktails that are low calorie, low sugar, sweetened with organic agave, and fortified with an electrolyte blend. They are light, they're refreshing, and they are actively hydrating, making them the perfect non-alcoholic companion from pre-game to last call. They are also adaptogen and nootropic free, which means they're perfectly safe to mix with alcohol or THC, which is a good thing considering that 90% of people that purchase non-alcoholic beer, wine, and spirits still do drink alcohol. This is a movement about moderation, not necessarily sobriety. So our brand is a big joke about what it means to drink virgin. Virgo means virgin in Latin and is personified as the innocent and pure virgin maiden. So Dirty Virgo takes that stereotype, flips it on its head, and just makes fun of it. For example, on social media, we do confessional booths where people can step into the confessional booth, confess their drunken sins, and earn back their virginity. And in bars and clubs, we hand out V-cards into the crowd that can be lost at the bar in exchange for a free can. We launched Dirty Virgo about a year ago, and we, during our initial proof of concept, we outsold Athletic Brewing in our on-premise accounts, and we had above a 50% conversion rate at grocery store sampling events. Today, we are distributed in a little over 100 independent retail doors here in New York, and we are in the process of closing our first chain authorizations up and down the East Coast. I'm going to skip channel strategy for time, so ask me about it afterwards. But to sum it all up, we have a team that is uniquely positioned to build the category-defining brand. We have marketing that is primed for viral attention and a product that is custom-built for the tastes of the mainstream moderator. So thank you for the time, and if you remember nothing else, remember that virgins have more fun. Thank you. And this is James.
With John, we have James. You guys can slide up here so that the judges can see you. Lynn, it was interesting to hear about the fact that most consumers can't name a non-alcoholic cocktail brand, but do you think they'll remember Dirty Virgo?
I think they will, and I think the challenge is going to be that dirty is showing up in a lot of like Dirty Shirley, Dirty Soda. So how do you make sure the Virgo really stands out as the nod over the dirty? But I think it does stand out, and I think the simplicity of the concept is what's going to be the thing that distinguishes it from the rest.
Well, the proof is in the pudding, and for someone who likes cocktails, I like cocktails. It's got to taste great. John, what do you think of what you drank?
Yeah, I think the flavors are definitely solid replications. I think what's interesting to me is I don't know, I'm someone I loved your Italian spritz, I like a Negroni. The other SKUs probably aren't for me personally, which is kind of interesting when you look at a brand that you kind of like and you only want to consume one of the SKUs, but I understand the strategy. My only other feedback, separate from the flavor, is that I feel like there's a little bit of a disconnect between the design of the product and sort of the more punchy image that you have in the slides. The actual execution of the can feels a little maybe too reserved, is just my gut reaction to it. So, but I think otherwise great breakdown of the state of the category and the strategy. I think that's spot on. So,
thank you.
Samantha, this brand is your wheelhouse right here. I imagine you have some questions for the guys.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I said I
I'm
imagine.
still looking at the slide.
I know it's good. It's good looking. I imagine you might have some questions about their brand strategy. Do you have any thoughts about how they're rolling out and how they're getting traction for the brand itself?
Yep, absolutely. So as far as being part of the mocktail up and coming, you absolutely are on point with it is about to be a very big thing. We're not quite there yet as a category, but you're about to be. So I think you're very spot on with it. What I very much so appreciate with what we saw was that you have a on-premise plan as well as a retail off-premise plan. I think that that's where some brands can maybe go amiss, is only wanting to do one or the other. So I think you're very spot on with that. I enjoy that you did a little bit of adjusting to the name branding, to the actual name of it. I think that that was key for the retail side of it. I do want to know your opinion on if you think that there's any more tweaking that might need to get done to the branding. Do you think there's a little too much gimmick behind it? Do you think you need all of the things?
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things you mentioned earlier that the can is a little bit simpler than maybe the world around it, and we kind of did that on purpose because I wanted to be able to sit as a mainstream product, and I feel like we can tone up the gimmick depending on the environment. So if we're at a music festival, we can have the confessional booze, we can have it be crazy, but it can also sit on a Whole Foods shelf and not feel out of place. So there is a little bit of flex up and down I feel like we can do there. And you know, brands evolve all the time, so I'm sure that as we continue to learn more about the consumer, our call-outs will change a little bit, the packaging, the way we lay everything out will adapt to that. But we are trying to be intentional about not being so in your face all the time, so we can flex to the situation.
Yeah, no, and I think that I'm glad that that's your answer. A lot of brands think that they have to put every single cool thing that they want to do at a concert on the actual can itself. So I think it's very important that you recognize that you can give that extra attitude, that extra sass with the experience of your event, not necessarily with the text on your can. So just keep that in mind as you continue to innovate.
There are also lots of Easter eggs on the can, so if you've ever do some deep reading into the ingredient list and stuff, because you'll find surprises.
We'll have to do that in the sample room when we get back there. Dan, there's still some questions about how big this category can get. What do you think about the opportunity for non-alc cocktails, and in particular, Dirty Virgo?
Yeah, I think that's a question for Samantha for sure. You know, because we debated in the back room, but I would say that I think the insights and the behaviors that were in the beginning part of the presentation there are undeniable, right? So the category itself will continue to form. I think that let me say that it was like the tale of two cities. I wasn't excited about this when I drank it from the can. I was excited about the liquid, but I wasn't excited about the can. I'm really excited about what you guys just showed. So what I said is that the pack doesn't deliver the brand story as well as it can. And this idea of the confessional booth at festivals is like, I think that actually is your brand strategy that has to come across. And so as you were speaking about it, what I looked at is I said that this idea that you're actually bringing kind of liquid death positioning into the non-alc cocktail category, and that's actually really exciting for a code breaker. And I would just lean into that harder. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just staying on that, did you want to address the can packaging in the front of the can, in terms of your design and what you were trying to get across to the consumer?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we wanted it to feel premium. We wanted it to feel like something you were excited to carry around a pregame, not something you were trying to hide. You know, I always sort of like comedy or humor that looks very serious at the front, and then once you look into it, you're like, oh, there's a joke here. So again, I do think, you know, I want it to be simple, I want it to be sleek, but I agree that we can continue to improve how it stands out on shelf and how we sort of communicate those things. So yeah, definitely room for improvement. We're very early on it. I remember for our second production run, we tested 20 shades of gold to find the one we wanted on the can. So I'm sure we will test 20 more before the day is done. So.
Yeah. And speaking of that, I think the stained glass with the cocktail interpretations on them, like I think that can be a really great pattern and iconography that you can bring forward and even make bigger.
I also think we're mostly in singles right now, and so we're launching 4-packs in our next production run, and I think that'll give us a lot more real estate to really build that world a little bit more. And I think that block can do a lot for us too.
Yeah, I think two real quick things too is that you're, I mean, you already took feedback from the market from Dirty Virgin to Dirty Virgo. And so, I think as you continue to listen to the market for, like getting your brand edge in the category itself, I think is going to be great. And I would say it's like the can's, like, don't get me wrong, the can's it's not bad. It's just your presentation is great. The rest of the positioning is great. And so I just want to see that like come through here. I think people, have a tendency to say, well, the point of sale is going to do the job, or the activations are going to do the job, which is so expensive or so either so expensive or so unlikely that that's going to happen. So the pack has to do the hard work.
Outstanding feedback. Well done. Great job, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, before we wrap up here, it's going to be interesting to find out how the judges evaluate these brands. I think as a whole, it's really helpful to try to understand how people who have been in the business evaluate early stage brands, and not just the brands up here on stage. If I could just go quickly amongst the judges and ask, what did you like most about what you heard in the presentations, and what do you think brands and founders need to do to make that retail pitch such that, make that investor pitch such that you're getting the interest that you want to get? Samantha?
I am most quickly drawn to brands that are very concise about their brand strategy. They know what they are and they know what they're not. They know, so this last brand, for example, they very intentionally have used Italian spritz, margarita, and a mule. They are a mocktail brand, but they are choosing very intentionally to use the format of classic cocktails in their naming convention versus other mocktail brands that maybe just try to use flavor combinations. Neither one is better or worse than the other, but you have to pick a lane and you have to stay with it, especially in the adult beverage non-alc space. There's a lot of brands that could be in the coffee, tea, water aisle and could be in the adult beverage aisle. The brands themselves need to choose and make that decision before pitching it to a retailer. And they also need to know what each retailer's definition of adult beverage versus the coffee, tea, water aisle is. So know that, and then when you pitch it to me, it is very, very clear to me who already has those brand decisions. And the easier you can make it for me as a merchant to know what you are and what you aren't, the more likely you are to move forward in the process.
Outstanding. Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing is in the forum that you all have created for founders to get up on the stage and talk to the entire industry is the most risky and rewarding conversation there can be. I mean, like, you're surrounded as a founder with friends that are going to tell you, this is awesome, and I love it, and I don't want to break your heart on this. But I think the industry yesterday, when you were talking, when the conversation with Ben was like, the industry is brutal, and the people in the industry are a little calloused, and so the industry rewards optimism. And every new brand that comes in has this optimistic point of view, which is so refreshing to be part of. But I think that the idea is this is where the category code breaking actually happens. Nobody inside the industry is actually going to do that. When we think about it, I always say that it takes like insiders, outsiders, legends, and visionaries to actually make something actually good happen. And it's always going to be an outsider that comes in that gets the legends, and the insiders to make the change. And so let's just keep at that.
The industry is brutal, but the industry rewards optimism. I'm going to write that down.
Yeah.
Yes. Lynn, your thoughts?
We need it, yeah.
Yeah?
Well, I'm feeling very optimistic. So what I look for is, does it create a category or does it reinvent a category? So like with Kabu, it's really creating a new category, and I find that exciting. Whereas with Dirty Virgo, for example, it's making a category that's already there, really honing in and figuring out how to make it better, how to own something very specific. And even with Dad Grass, like going into a category that's nascent, but standing for one thing and knowing exactly who it's for, exactly who it is, and embodying that. And those are the things I think that consumers can also feel when they know it's for them.
Good stuff. John Craven, you get the last word.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I guess building on what the other judges said, I mean, I feel like, first of all, like all of these ideas that are getting on stage feel like, they're bringing something innovative to the table. And, a lot of times I think, new founders kind of want to come into this industry with something that's like disruptor, game changer, radically different. And I think in the case of these brands, they actually are kind of just innovations on things that people already consume, right? Or are starting to consume more of in the case of cannabis or cocktails or NA cocktails. And I think in general, the more you can just simplify it for the consumer, where they realize that maybe gap between what they're consuming now and the new product is like actually pretty small and worth the risk, like the better off you are. I think the more you're out there having to really educate people, like the harder it's going to be. And I think the brands that we have up here today, like they're all like right on the cusp of that, if nothing else. So
yeah. Well, I'm really excited that we have the judges back on stage at 11 a.m. to talk to 3 more brands that will be presenting in the final round of the New Beverage Showdown. Kudos to the 3 brands that presented right now, but we'll be back on stage at 11 a.m. Thank you all so much for listening. We're going to turn the stage over to Jeff Kleinman. All right.
Always incredible excitement, especially about Lynn's amazing shoes. Good morning. I see that many of you had a few drinks last night for that long game, but if you're like my wife, the lovely and brilliant Emily Kleinman, or like any number of an increasing number of consumers who are turning to something functional for their pre-dinner refresher, you might have had a trip or a recess or a functional mocktail like Mingle. After years of brands featuring ingredients like melatonin or CBD or GABA, it's taken magnesium along with a few other added adaptogens and the increasing permissibility around hemp-based THC drinks for the calming beverage category to finally find a toehold in stores and with consumers. Still, it's very early days, and it's a pretty basic principle that breakout categories can't grow without a breakout brand, and its founders are now betting that if they get their rollout Trip, now in the UK so far, Trip has been that breakout brand, and its founders are now betting that if they get their rollout right, they'll be able to do the same thing in the US. Now, it's still early for them and for the category, but if they're going to pull it off, a lot of it's going to be dependent on the channels they enter and their ability to create pull when they're there. I thought that they sounded like folks that we could pull in for a nice case study. So I convinced them to come and talk about the channels they plan to activate as they work to build Trip into a breakout brand. Please welcome the co-founders of Trip, as well as the co-founders of their family, Olivia Faherty and Daniel Corey. Come on up.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you for that kind intro. Is it the green? Must be the green, right? Hi, everyone. We are very excited to be here today, catch up with everyone in the industry. There's really nothing like getting together in the room with beverage nuts. I think for those that don't know, Trip, my husband and I launched in the UK in 2019, and since then really grown to become more of a global wellness brand, positioning ourselves kind of as a lifestyle brand, obviously a functional drink with tons of benefits, tons of amazing ingredients. But for those that don't know, we've got a beautiful fridge out there, beautiful fridge, which I highly recommend you try a sample. But we'd love a chance to tell you a bit more about the brand, and as Jeff mentioned, some of our channel strategy in terms of the hypergrowth we're seeing, not just for the breakout brand being Trip, but the wider category of calm.
Definitely. So we're going to tell you about how it all started. It all started on a rainy Sunday morning a few weeks before our wedding. And I decided to play hungover football, as you do. Unfortunately, I tore my ACL and had to have knee surgery. As you can imagine, my lovely wife-to-be was thrilled. So we really dove into every single possible way to speed up my recovery. And that's when we really got into all types of supplements, from magnesium to ashwagandha, you name it. I literally tried everything. Luckily for me, I had a miraculous recovery. So I was supposed to be on crutches, walking down the aisle, every bride's dream. But instead, I had a miraculous recovery and was swinging the crutches. So I believe my wife eventually forgave me after that, and happy days. But
we never worked together before, so I think this is a question that comes up a lot. How do you work together as a married couple? The truth is it was completely unexpected. I was an attorney, Dan was in finance, and this miraculous experience led us on this journey of discovery, understanding more and more about the research of some of these ingredients which have actually been around for hundreds, if not thousands of years in ancient therapies. And we got very excited. Why couldn't these incredible ingredients be available in a format that was easy to understand, on the go, something aspirational, something you could celebrate and socialize with, as opposed to, a big box of pills or whatever. So we decided a couple months after that wedding to quit our jobs as newlyweds, put all our savings together, and tell our parents we were launching a brand. That was 2019 that we launched, just 7 months after we quit our jobs. And actually, the journey to now has been incredible. And it's moments like these, with that kind of intro from Jeff and hearing some of the amazing speakers today, where you actually take stock and reflect. It's not just the brand growth, but what we're seeing from a category perspective. I'm sure we'll be talking a lot today, and you heard yesterday about the rise of alcohol moderation, non-alc, Gen Z in particular, their drinking habits. People are drinking differently, and I think it really takes the right retail partners as well as the right brands to connect and make the most of that momentum. We know that better for you is the most incredible, wider beverage category. And what we're seeing is basically the shift from not only better for you, but that broadening of drilling down into these additional need states. As I mentioned, Gen Z in particular, which is a big customer base for Trip, they cite mental health as their #1 health concern. And for Americans, 3 of the top 5 health concerns are related to stress and anxiety. So the need state is very, very clear. And when you think that weight loss, as I'm sure we have heard a lot about in terms of GLP-1s and the impact that's having on the retail landscape, is very impactful. But if 3 of the top 5 relate to stress and everyday well-being, and things like gut health actually rank below the top 10, the total addressable market in terms of what we're seeing and the momentum, both on the customer side and the retail side, is something that we really feel, to Jeff's point, the time is now. For those that don't know, so we launched in the UK in 2019. This financial year, we'll hit $200 million of revenue. That graph is there to show you that that's been fast. And while Jeff kept saying, it's the beginning of the breakout for this brand, we're knackered. We've been here 6 years, and it's felt very, very fast. And I think the exciting thing about this graph is just to touch on, when you're creating a category, there's a lot of things that go into the mix. But some iconic category creators, whether it was diet drinks in the 70s, 80s, followed by energy drinks, coconut water, a lot of these categories require education. And we're so excited that the US landscape in particular, that customer is primed. They love to self-educate. They're very savvy. They're very excited about ingredients, formulations, product quality, as well as flavor. And I think for us to be building this global calming brand, it's doubling down on listening into those customer need states. I mean, for anyone in the room, can you name anyone in your personal or professional life that doesn't need a moment of calm in the everyday chaos? Like, whether you're running around New York City, you're on a Zoom back-to-back, you're picking up the kids from school, there are so many micro moments where this sort of product and this sort of brand comes into play. And actually, there was a report on BevNET a couple of months ago about how calm as a category within functional drinks is the fastest growing category now, outpacing protein soda 3-1. And I think we sort of formally entered the States about 18 months ago. We're at 50,000 doors globally plus, but in the US, really exciting to be working with all of the major retail partners as of the beginning of last year. And I think when you're thinking about the fast growth, to Jeff's point, it really does take a breakout brand.
Definitely. I think we see calm as big as energy, to be honest. Big words from a brand that's selling calm. But I think it's important to understand the tailwinds that are driving Calm to become a very mainstream proposition in a canned format. On the one side, you have the better for you. Everyone's replacing their sugary sodas with like alternatives that have less sugar, more natural ingredients, functionality fit for modern life, whether that's gut health, calm, hydration, you name it. And on the other hand, you have the reduction in alcohol. Now, there's two sides of that. There's a moderation movement happening, but at the same time, there's also Gen Z are consuming less. Now, there's a lot of growth in products that taste like alcohol. Non-alc beer is definitely seeing amazing growth in the US, but there's a big portion of that reduction in alcohol that is going to people that don't particularly want the taste of alcohol, right? And they want a product that sort of takes the edge off, has functionality, and it doesn't taste like alcohol. Now, often they don't shop the non-alc aisle to discover that product. They discover it on TikTok, on Instagram. It's a very different way of building categories than 20 years ago. And for a brand to really nail Calm and make Calm as big as energy, it really requires us to play alongside those blurred lines in a way that is an aspirational brand really taking on these tailwinds into a mainstream proposition.
I think what we're going to be talking about with Jeff in particular is how do you create and cement that category of calm. I think the more we can explain the micro moments, it's not just a professional athlete that needs to hydrate or something that's quite specific to a lifestyle. It's really about empowering people in their individual moments. And for us, that is having one range and a simple product that speaks to what we think an exceptional quality and liquid, but ultimately multi-occasion. I'm not here to sit down and tell you this is only for a certain type of person who's done a headstand and had a green juice. No, this is something you can enjoy in the morning alongside coffee. If you've had too much coffee, absolutely grab one instead of your 2:30 third coffee of the day. That social piece, you know, if you think about feeling your best self socially with friends or colleagues, it's the stress or worries of the to-do list that can affect how confident you feel, how present you feel, how productive you feel if you're distracted. And I think inevitably the evening moment is kind of perhaps more obvious when you think about non-alc. For us, it's about building that usage occasion, really leaning on our community and them telling us when and where they're doing that. So we have positioned the brand in a way with our channel strategy that doesn't preach. The availability amongst multiple different types of online and offline players is really important for the customer to feel this is part of their lifestyle. This isn't only something that exists in your home when you open your fridge and you're looking for something instead of a glass of wine. It's at your local coffee shop, it's in your gym, it's in your office canteen, it's in the biggest retailers in the country. And some of our incredible customers are actually celebrities. So having that authentic connection with people who are experts in their own field to explain that if you are a high-performance pop star, businesswoman, actor, you can use this as part of your everyday. And that has been very interesting when we're thinking about global brand building, which I'm sure we'll get more into. Whistle Stop Tour. We're done. I'll put that there.
Should we sit?
I think we'll go here. You go here.
Yeah, how about you guys hang out on the chair, on the couch, and I'm just going to angle this chair a little bit. You know, it takes a lot of precision, unlike you guys, it takes a lot of precision to frame this properly.
Absolutely.
You guys are an easy shot. So thank you for the presentation. You're in 50,000 doors. There are about 220,000 doors in the US. So that's a lot. How did you formulate the channel strategy of every retailer everywhere at once?
Should I answer that? I feel like people see that slide and they're scratching their heads like, you know, I think the playbook is perhaps to go more narrow first. But having come from a personal experience like ours when building the brand, you know, the mission is to help 1 billion people find a moment of calm. That's not restricted in our sort of hearts and minds to one type of environment. And so it's pretty ambitious to be going everywhere all at once. But I think from a mission perspective and then kind of customer feedback, it works in all these places. And I think the momentum is that we really don't want to slow down in terms of one specific environment. Like inevitably, this is brilliant in QSRs or natural specialty, but it's also brilliant in Total Wine and Costco and things like that. So I think it's really about accelerating the breadth of distribution to play into that education piece on the category. If it's too slowly available, I do fear the momentum of the need state would be diluted.
Definitely. It's like we threw a bunch of darts and they all stuck. So we thought, let's go for it.
Investors love that.
If it sticks.
If it sticks.
If it sticks, they love it.
Yeah.
They like you to normally.
Definitely. But I think it's a testament to the modern way of how consumers are thinking of beverages. And it's changing very quickly, much quicker than we've seen before. I think the information and misinformation as well you're getting on TikTok and Instagram is really speeding things up. And whether that's a fad, getting behind a fad that like explodes and then falls down, or making a trend really become the next household consumer product that will be in people's homes, we're really seeing a big change in the way consumers are acting. And I think it's very similar in channels. We didn't expect to do what we were definitely quite naive in our approach, whether it's in Europe or in the US. And like, you know what? It should work here. So we're going to go there. And if it works, you double down. And I think Calm is such a versatile proposition. It's like, as Liv said earlier, who doesn't need Calm? And who doesn't need Calm all day, right? And you have, other than the tailwinds I mentioned, you also have the boom in the energy drinks market, right? Like the energy drinks market is the best friend of the Calm category, because at the end of the day, what's the best way to get the best energy in the day is a good night's sleep. I'm addicted to coffee. Trust me, I have more coffee than probably anyone in this room in the morning. I have to stop. The more coffee I have in the morning, the more trip and magnesium and focus on my sleep I need to have in the evening. And so there's all these elements that are combining into something that means that it hasn't been catered for in a way before, and consumers are realizing that.
What's the biggest pushback you guys hear from retailers?
I don't really get any.
None?
They're all in.
You're just able to...
I wouldn't say pushback. I would say there's still a lot of work to do. There's a lot of fragmentation in different, like where Calm should sit, right? And I think it's often the case with multi-use cases. It's like, where do you sit? And a very good example is a lot of brands tend to sit in the non-alcohol, like I said before. The reality is consumers are asking, or retailers are asking, doesn't that pigeonhole your occasion? If you're a multi-use occasion brand, where do you sit? It's like when Red Bull had vodka Red Bull and they had the energy drink. Like, do they only sit in the mixers aisle? Not really. So I think there's a lot of...
I think they were doing most of that on premise. You know, so there was actually 2 points of introduction. There was in the store, and there was you know, as a mixer. Now you guys don't have a mixer strategy, right? Your mixer, your pre-mixed chamomile in a can. I'm just wondering why it's a sort of everything
all at once.
At one strategy, like when there are, I mean, how much of it is we've been successful in England in these classes of trade. So we're going to project that into the U.S. because it doesn't cost the retailers much to try it. But how are you going to generate the pull-through? What are those markers that the two of you have established that makes you believe that this is going to be worth that real heavy upfront investment into all these doors.
Yeah. Well, I think we can touch on kind of the UK strategy and how that's worked. But I think ultimately from the customer perspective, which is what the retailer does care about, what is the customer sentiment? What is the brand positioning? We've been building a global brand, I think, from day one, whether we realized or not. I think this generation being perpetually online, the influence of the US in terms of media, ultimately we're so connected. We can feel more connected with people on the other side of the world sometimes than people in our own country, which is crazy. And I think we're really just reacting.
We're extremely connected to Greenland right now.
Yeah, it's following that kind of customer sentiment and customer demand. I think in the UK, as you say, it sounds maybe quite bold to be going everywhere and having this strategy, but I think in general there's a lot of talk of overnight success and that kind of thing. But don't forget, this is 6 years of non-stop working hard, playing hard, growing, living, breathing, and watching this category grow. I mean, do you want to touch on the UK in terms of kind of...
Yeah, I think, and also on the on-premise point. So on-premise has been a great brand builder for us, right? As a use case, whether that's non-alc, as you said, with Red Bull Mixer. The reality is TikTok and Instagram are much faster at brand building than that if you get it right as well.
Absolutely.
And so that's why it's very different to 20 years ago or 30 years ago when Red Bull built that category. There are things that are just moving a lot faster, and the adaptation of modern life is being reflected in that, I think. And a good example is as you mentioned, Europe, the UK. So typically, the US is much more advanced than Europe from a consumer point of view in terms of reception to functional beverages.
Sure.
Like way ahead. So the fact that Calm in a can is so mainstream in the UK, I mean, just to give people in the room context, in retail sales, Trip overtook Sprite and 7-Up in retail sales, to just show you how mainstream Calm is. Now, if Trip did that in the US, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'd be at the beach right now, by the way. Yeah. But we haven't done that yet. So it just shows you the opportunity, the potential that you have here in the US, where, as we touched on earlier, it is a much more complex system. And I think you touched on that. It's much more fragmented and not as straightforward, even if in Europe, consumers are less willing to try functional beverages.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just trying to understand, and for the audience here, what your thought process was with regard to applying the heavy resource allocation that it takes to go all at once.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think, again, it comes down to, we had conservative corporate careers before this. We absolutely did not need to go and make a beverage in a space no one's heard of for a need state that's very much evolving, let alone the investment it takes to come and play over here. I think ultimately the mission of helping people find that moment of calm is something that I hope you can tell we're extremely passionate about, and we won't stop until we've helped as many people as possible. And to think, tens and tens of millions of people have had relief or that moment of exhale in a busy day is something that drives us and gets us up every day. In terms of the ambition over here as well, is just the ability, we're actually very profitable in the UK as well, and I think that's important because we spend it all on the US.
Make loads of money in Europe and spend it all here.
We call that a growth engine.
It's meeting demand. To be honest, with your question of pushback, one of our biggest challenges is just keeping up with demand. We're getting incredible requests from whether it's retail partners, different channel strategies, and I want everyone to be able to benefit from something accessible, convenient, delicious, and looks after your daily mental well-being. So, going all in.
What's going to be the proof point for you that this is working and that that sort of that hockey stick continues?
It's already.
I feel like we're at the hockey stick. To be honest, without being too...
We're so excited, we've had those proof points, whether it's velocities at shelf. This is before even, I think we spoke, one of the things we were doing yesterday was filming this television commercial. we haven't even done the above the line advertising yet. This is all proof points from pure product market fit. And when I say product market fit, I mean, someone walking into a retail environment, there's shelves of single beverages and someone picking it up, finding it intriguing. They may have familiarity online with the brand, maybe not before they reach that retail moment in Target or whatever, but it's having an incredible experience. It's beverage, right? An incredible experience at the right price, in the right moment, that really creates something emotional.
And I think there's been a lot of brand building in the US in different spaces, in sparkling water, in mocktails, in soda, for this calm. And I think that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it could just take a bit more time for the category to really take off. And I think that's why it's only been in the last year that it's really taking off, like you said, the sort of for the category.
You feel like you're sort of joining all these strands of functionality into one product.
I think it takes people buy from people, and I think we've been so lucky to meet incredible retail partners, different channel leads, and I think it's not just someone who's stressed or looking for focus at work. It's really illuminating, which we actually do through customers tell that story. So our big social media strategy is really relying on organic coverage, where if someone has this when they're out with friends instead of a glass of wine, or they have it at their work desk, and it makes them feel less stressed, more productive, more confident in a meeting, they're going to go tell 10 people. And a personal recommendation to 10 people is a lot more powerful than maybe even television at this point. And I think that has been a huge factor in driving it forward.
Is there a plan B?
No, we're all in. Can you not
Plan
tell?
A will work.
Yeah. The plan B is MBA, JD. Thank you guys very much. We got to get going. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Super. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, could have been bad. Oh, all right. Good to see everyone again today. So my next guest, or the next guest on the stage, I should say, is Rogers Healy. He's a multi-exited founder, entrepreneur, and investor with over 20 years of experience building businesses. But trust me, that's really just like the short version that I can give you in the time that I have. Because Rogers has been in a Disney movie, he sold clothes, he's run one of the largest real estate firms in Texas, and he's one of the most prodigious private collectors of music memorabilia that I think you'll probably ever meet. Across his diverse career, Rogers has leaned on his intuition more often than not, and like the rock legends who inspired the name of his venture capital group, Morrison Seger, Rogers has the ability to tap into inspiration where he finds it, and he's been finding it a lot in beverages. Poppy, Pathwater, Sanzo, Slate, Goat Fuel, Spade, Stillers, Zico, Little Saints, Cove Soda. Those are just a few of the next generation brands that you'll find in the Morrison Seger portfolio. From functional beverages to reimagined, better-for-you versions of classic favorites, Rogers has assembled a forward-looking portfolio of disruptive drinks while also backing the technologies that are shaping our future, like Anthropic, Kalshi, and OpenAI. So over the next 20 minutes, we're going to break down his perspective on what makes for investment-grade innovation in the CPG space and maybe tap into a little of that inspiration ourselves. The Q&A lines are open, so please send us a question. And Rogers, come on up. Going on?
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Come on, guys.
Go Knicks. Better?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I should have worn my hat on stage, but
I know.
Next time.
I use this app called Hotel Tonight, where you can usually book a hotel like as you're landing in the city. And I did it while landing in New York on Tuesday, and ended up finding a hotel. The only one available was a block away from Madison Square Garden, which was a lot of fun last night when I was trying to sleep. So go Knicks. These are some of our beverages that I wanted to put on display. Excited to be here. Thank you all for spending some time with me.
Absolutely. I'm excited to have you here. How do you start your day when out of that assembly right there? What's your go-to?
So look, I love beverage, and I think everyone's going to kind of tell you a different version of what it's like to be an investor in beverage, but I'm a frat guy that is still kind of stuck in a frat guy's body. I drink a lot of beverage, and I drink them throughout the course of the day. But Yeah, I drink a lot of water. I drink a ton of sparkling water. I'm an early Waterloo investor, and we're friends with the team. And one of the questions I've always asked them is like, on the website, it doesn't say, is there a limit to how many you can have per day? So yeah, I'm always drinking, always hydrating.
Pushing the limits. I like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so again, you know, coming from a perspective of you love beverages, you're a consumer, you drink a lot.
Yep.
Tell us how you got sort of hooked onto the beverage investment game and making deals and the business side of the business.
Yeah, sure. So like you said, my background is real estate, and I was really fortunate-ish to kind of find success early in real estate. Kind of serendipity, but also, you know, kind of forced my way into finding success in business. I don't have a background in being a winner, and that was kind of my calling for real. I was a classic loser in the sense that I tried everything and I kind of sucked at it. And then I got into real estate. I was like, man, this is the first thing I got to do that I just can't quit. And, you know, it was great. And I found in real estate the best way to make money, or the best, you know, the definition of a good deal is a deal that makes you feel good. But the way to make money in real estate is on the buy. And so my mind was kind of trained early on to look for good deals. And as I grew my real estate companies, you know, like you said, I was really fortunate to have, you know, a pretty big firm, but, you know, I was good at finding talent. And when you're a founder of a new company, an old company, it doesn't matter. You got to have some sort of differentiator. And mine as a founder was spotting talent. And the parallels for consumer, especially beverage, are so applicable that I would find these deals early on. And like with Waterloo, I had a meeting at my office. This was 8 or 9 years ago. And this guy walks in. He was a creative guy, and he walked in with a black cherry Waterloo. I was like, what's that? He's like, it's a sparkling water brand. I was like, that's really cool. How do I get access? How do I invest? And I think that's just kind of the world that we have to live in as founders, is just being like relatively, not ruthless, but persistent to a point where people eventually respond.
So is it more about that intuition and sort of being flexible and being able to read, you know, the moment? Or do you guys have like a, you know, investment thesis that sort of sets the parameters around what you do and do not want to do?
Sure, and again, just to kind of be very level set, there's a lot of people, like especially in New York City, that are trained investors that have worked for large companies, and there's a process which we all have to follow, but it starts with a feeling, you know, and I think whether it's seeing the logo, meeting the founder, tasting the actual liquid, that's a feeling, and I don't care what anyone says, that's how it starts, and for me, that is our process, and as this has become you know, more and more established, the company, and Alexandra from my team is on the front row where she belongs. You know, I tell people that we invest in stuff that is really simple, that has no chance of being controversial, right? And in the beverage space, there's a few verticals that just kind of make sense. And, you know, the process is, you know, you got to try it, you got to taste it, you got to see it, I got to like the logo, but the team is equally as important, right? Because as a founder myself and as someone who's grown businesses and sold them, you know, you all that have been there, you know it's not easy. And especially in beverage, this is the hardest vertical in consumer, period, right? Period. There's no way to make a drink like a lighter weight. It's beverage, and it's expensive to do it. So you got to have your own smell test just to make sure that you can poke them and prod them, knowing that like you're in this for probably a long time. You're probably going to have to raise a lot more money than you think. You're probably going to have people that eventually create a company with the simple goal of taking you out. And that happened to me in real estate. There were companies along the way that literally were founded just to pick off agents that I had grown from scratch. And the first few rounds of that, I was like, oh my God. And then finally I was like, screw it. Let's go to war. And I think that's the headspace you kind of have to adapt to as this progresses.
Well, so we were talking about like intuition. I mean, is there a ranking? Is there a priority? I mean, you have a great meeting with the founder. You really connect with them, but maybe the package needs some work. Maybe the liquid needs some time. Is that something you're going to go for?
Sure. You know, and sure, right? And I think that I don't mind super early stage stuff if the team is realistic, right? And there's a gentleman over here that has an awesome company that, you know, he's already pivoted. And I think that that's crucial. I think that you know, being open to feedback without emotion is a really hard thing to master. And it took me, you know, I'm 46 years old now. I look a lot older. But I was 24 when I started my real estate company. And there was no way in hell that I ever was going to be open to feedback, because in my mind, it was named after me. It was my idea. It was my vision, like, stand out of the way. And then eventually over time, like, a lot of these things that kept happening to me were my fault, right? And I had kind of an aha moment where I was like, holy smokes, most of the issues that I've experienced are because of me. So I think having that headspace as a founder, like, I met a 17-year-old founder in the lobby, just freaking awesome. Right? And the first thing he said, he's like, I love help. I was like, that is just so valuable. But, you know, for me, I had to get baptized by fire, where some people are just, you know, born smarter or have, you know, more experience than I do. And that's really difficult, but it takes time, right? And you know, and especially with aluminum. Like, if you all have been in the game for a while, last year was not an awesome year for aluminum pricing. You got to figure it out. Right? And you got to grow a little bit slower than you think. Nobody in the beverage space ever won by being everywhere overnight, period. That's how they lose, right? But that's a hard thing to grasp with a first-time founder, a first-time operating team, unless they have people helping them that have actual experience.
So, I mean, again, it's like you're probably...
This is such a lonely couch. Like, I feel like...
Oh, anyone want to... No.
Therapy. Yeah, doctor, tell me.
Yeah, I'll send you the bill. So, I mean, enthusiasm is certainly one thing. You meet a lot of enthusiastic founders who are all about their brands. What's the next level of that? Because I'm sure, again, you're going to meet a lot of people who have a lot of energy. How do you drill down deeper to see if this is really the real thing?
Reality. You know, there's got to be a level of reality with this. I'm a very ambitious guy. I'm a dreamer. And you know, I found ways to stay anchored with my faith and my family and, you know, with experience. And I think that I'm decent at giving advice because I've made so many bad decisions over the course of my life that cost me a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of heartache. And I think that's, you know, that's valuable. But, you know, $1 billion is a lot of money. Y'all that are in New York City tomorrow, there's going to be $1 trillion IPO. Those are big numbers, but like $10 million is a lot of money. $5 million is a lot of money. $100 million is a lot of money, right? But I feel like if that's the lead, then you might not be aligned with me, because, you know, a lot of investors are going to write a check and say, all right, send me an update. I'm like, no. I'm going to write a check and I'm going to say, let's talk every single day. When you need help, you reach out. And when you go to raise money from people that trust your discernment, your experience, your wisdom, my duty is to honor their trust. And so that means that we have to really be humble with this from the start, because all these beverages, whether it's Sanzo or Way or Slate or Waterloo or Stillers or Path, the only thing that they own that no one else owns is their network, which means there's nothing proprietary about, well, with Path there is because they're vertically integrated. But there's really nothing proprietary about this, right? And so you have to find a way to really team up, and I think it starts with the founder and the operating team. That being humble and being open to feedback is crucial, because at the end of the day, as fun as all this stuff is that we do, it's business, period. It's business. And business, sometimes one of the objectives is to make as much money as you can. And that's, you know, that's really, really tough. You guys read the statistics in this where, you know, 90% of beverage startups probably won't make it. Big deal. In real estate, the average real estate licensee in the state of Texas lasts less than 90 days. And I would hear that stuff, I'm like, no. You're all going to make it. But you got to trust me. You got to trust the team. And we kind of perfected that flywheel, but it just got to the point where it wasn't fun for me. And I had kind of lost the excitement of the growth. And I had to take that energy and that excitement, that innocence, and apply it to a completely different vertical.
Well, I mean, with that in mind and talking about, you know, working with these young brands, how are investments structured at Morrison Seger, and how do you sort of, you know, align those
Yeah, let's give a shout out to Morrison Seger real quick. Bob Seger, Van Morrison. I know y'all are watching. That's what I named the company after. I've never been to Detroit, but I love everything that Detroit represents, and Bob Seger is from Detroit, so there's open kimono. I like Tom Selleck too, thank you. Yeah, my wife loves the Tom Selleck thing. She's like, how much longer is the mustache going to last? I was like, until we have a beverage exit. How much longer? Could be forever. I'm kidding. So we corral capital. Depending upon the deal, we'll do secondary deals. We'll do super early stage. My wife and I are the first investors in every single deal that we do, and I think that shows strong conviction that, you know, Sanzo, like he lives here. He wasn't raising money, and I love the brand. I drink the liquid, and I messaged him for about a year on LinkedIn, and he finally responded after I sent a video of my daughter, who was 2 at the time, drinking one of his drinks. He's like, cute daughter. I was like, he responded. Now we're gonna We're going to find a way in. I don't have a traditional fund. Everybody that has advised me on the legal side, accounting side, experience side is like, you need a fund. I was like, yeah, but if I have a fund, I have to be dedicated to a certain type of deal. I like the fact that we can do a secondary transaction, a late stage transaction, a celebrity-backed transaction, and I have different people that like those kinds of deals. But a lot of these ones that we're a part of all start as an advisor. And again, that's not normal for people that are, I'm a venture capitalist, which is like kind of funny, but I'll get involved early. And something like this clothing company, Snaps, I got a significant chunk of equity before they had sold a single shirt. And we spent a year making them what I would consider to be investable. And then we raised a ton of money, and they're on their way to the moon. So it just depends, but I do think later stage deals are easier to raise money for. It's just the return potential is not significant. There are people that like later stage deals. It's usually people that would invest in public equities, maybe real estate, but then I've got my wildcatter friends that love early stage stuff. And again, the easiest way to get them excited, Stiller Soda is one of our favorite deals. I got to spend the day with Ben Stiller yesterday filming content and getting stuff prepared for our raise. That's an awesome name to go and promote, right? And the soda is literally called Stiller Soda. That's just fun. Low-hanging fruit. Who are my friends that are accredited, that like to invest, that happen to love Ben Stiller, that drink beverages? Great, right? So, that's just the way that my mind thinks, and that's how you make money in real estate. You have a listing. Who do I know that's potentially interested in moving to this location that would like this house? That's the way the game is played. And I feel like most people think so high level, which almost overcomplicates it, where with me, I'm like, no, I'll bring the world in to invest in this. And then once you have a lot of investors, you've got an army of people that want to see this thing win. And again, that's not for the faint of heart.
Yeah.
But that's just the way that my mind operates, and I feel like it kind of works, especially with beverage.
Yeah, and that strategy doesn't really seem like it recognizes borders of there's crossover in the portfolio of drinks that are maybe adjacent or similar, but it sounds like, that's okay with you if those other sort of, boxes are being ticked and you feel good about the structure of the deal and the founder and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm on the board for a few different companies, so I like with energy, I literally can't be in another energy drink because I'm on the board of GoFuel. But I look at beverage kind of in three categories. There's the true startup. Let's say that Stiller's is a true startup, less than, really 2-year-old company, doing really, really well, based in New York. Sanzo is on its way. Waterloo is super late stage. Let's say Waterloo does $400 million in revenue this year. Let's say Sanzo does 50. Let's say Stiller's does 10. Waterloo is probably closest to an exit, which means Sanzo then becomes my late stage deal. Stiller's becomes my mid stage deal if they were all sparkling waters, which they're not. I can give all of them the same amount of love and attention without any kind of conflict of interest. And so, in beverage, we have, protein, which everyone knows about protein. We have sparkling water. We have alcohol. The only thing I don't do in beverage is THC or cannabis, because I'm not a consumer and I just can't get behind it. So I think that's okay to do that, right? And you mentioned all these really awesome brands that we're a part of, but I think that the one thing that the founders and the operating teams will say, that we're involved in is that we're available. And I think that as an investor, and as a founder, but as an investor, the one thing that every founder needs from investors is encouragement, right? And picking up the phone and literally just proactively saying, how can I help? Unfortunately surprises a lot of people versus like, hey, what's going on? Why is revenue down? What's going on with margins? Why are we not targeting an exit? Like, come on, we all need friends. And if you've been a founder long enough, you realize that once you hit a point of critical mass, it's really, really, really freaking lonely, which means you need a friend, okay? And I can speak from experience because living at a relatively high level in real estate, when my company was named after me, I was so lonely. And no one ever called and just said, how are you doing really, right? And I didn't raise money, and I never thought I'd be in New York talking about beverages. I was the real estate guy in Texas for 20 years, grew the largest independent real estate company from scratch and named it after me, but I was freaking miserable. Miserable because I wanted to be talking about this stuff. So I think that's unfortunately a really rare thing for investors to do, but that's part of my goal in this space is bringing my ignorance and my experience outside of this space and just being like, hey man, chill. We're all gonna make money. You find something you like and you're good at it, you're gonna make money, but just be a normal human, right? And I think that people are like, I can't believe you post pictures of your family on LinkedIn. Why not? It's my family, that's why I'm working. And I think that that just makes it more real and authentic, and that's just part of the fun.
That's great, that sounds amazing to hear.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about what you're looking at ahead. I mean, we know no THC, but I mean, you know, it seems like you guys are stretched and tapping into a lot of different areas.
Yeah.
Is anything sort of getting you more excited than anything else?
Sure. Yeah. You know, we're real estate is, thankfully none of y'all live in Dallas other than Alexandra. I had my face on 40 or 50 billboards at a time in Dallas for a long time. You can market yourself however you want in real estate as long as you follow very, very simple rules. I can't market myself with Morrison Seger. I cannot go buy an ad in a newspaper. I cannot go and promote an event because it's soliciting. So I have to find creative ways to do it, and it's just by being myself online. I tell you this to where that leads to, you know, we have pretty good inbound traffic for deal flow. I respond to every single pitch. I respond to every message. I respond to every note. Sometimes I screw up and I get them confused, which I did this morning. But that's awesome. But I'm always looking for more, right? I think that's the fun part about beverage is right when you feel like you've seen every innovation, you see protein in everything, right? You see like fiber, I think, is about to be a huge, huge trend. And I'm telling you this in large part because I am now plant-based, which is something I never thought I would have to deal with. But I'm seeing fiber firsthand.
In Texas, too. Wow.
Dude, it's awful. It's awful. But whatever, that's part of it. So yeah, I think that it does reach a point of ridiculousness with some of this stuff. Like we got pitched a bunch of oral care deals, and last year at the peak of like, you gotta be kidding me, I told my wife, I was like, someone just sent me caffeinated toothpaste. Which I'm sure they'll figure it out, they'll find their people, but I was like, man, right? So, but in beverage, look, beverage is an experience, right? You had the people from Trip talking, they are their brand. They're their brand. Ben Stiller is fun. Ben Stiller is an entertainer. Soda is fun. When you open the soda called Stiller's, this should give you a feeling, right? And I think that is what's so enjoyable about beverage is based off the vertical and based off the taste, there's an audience for it, right? People will always pay $3, $4, $5 for a drink. Beverages are recession-proof as long as you target your audience with proper marketing and storytelling.
Well, we got a little bit of time left, but yeah. I brought up the music before, and really, that's not an insignificant piece, obviously, with the name of the investment firm, but also your memorabilia and your big collection that's amazing to see. Your children,
my children are Henley after Don Henley, Collins after Phil Collins, and Winwood after Steve Winwood. I know they're all watching as well. Hello, Phil Collins, Don Henley, and Steve Winwood. Yes.
Amazing. So, real quick, how does that passion, that connection that you have, make you a better investor?
I think, again, the Morrison Seger, I started the company as a joke. I was literally like so depressed with real estate that I was like, I'm going to start a company called Morrison Seger. And then I was like, this is kind of brandable, and I think I like it, and whatever. But eventually people ask me on the investor calls or pitches, like, how do you know Morrison Seger? I'm like, well, I grew up with them. And they're like, really? I was like, yeah, it's Van Morrison and Bob Seger. They're like, no way, I love Night Moves, or I love, and then it's just like you talk versus that awkward, like pitchy, don't read me your deck on a Zoom. Like, let's just talk. And I feel like that's what music does more than anything is it connect, like backstage. Believe it or not, he was a columnist in the Boston Herald where he wrote about rap music, backpack rap, right? And it's like, and because of that, we connected. And I feel like that is part of kind of my job as an investor, is just to find a way to get to the real, authentic person as quick as I can. And I think music does that.
Well, I'm sold. Make sure to find Rogers and chat with him because he's got a lot of great inspiration. Rogers, awesome having you, man.
Okay, thank you. Congrats.
Talk soon.
Yeah.
See ya. All right, Brad, come on up.
Hello. I'm Brad Avery. I'm senior reporter with BevNET. So, marketing to consumers is a challenging, ever-evolving art, but it's also well-tread territory. And though the details may change over the years, there are still foundational, tried and true best practices that were built over a century of research into advertising, merchandising, and human psychology. But it's not just humans that you have to sell to anymore. Ready for it or not, AI is increasingly driving purchasing decisions, and whether it is determining the recommended products at the top of a search query, or it's ChatGPT or Claude directly answering a consumer's question for best vegan, non-GMO, FODMAP, GLP-1 friendly, RTD, non-coffee lattes under $4. So how do you get Claude to recommend your brand? Our next three speakers are here to walk us through marketing to the machines. They are Kevin Sen, CEO of Isle AI, a data and AI platform seeking to help CPG brands win in retail. Jess Graham, principal at Banquet, a consultancy she founded to help brands navigate a world where AI agents are the ones doing the shopping. And Lynn Altman, CEO of Brand Now, a brand strategy and innovation firm tackling the rapid shifts in culture head on. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Good morning. Kevin Sen, co-founder, CEO of Isle AI. We are the AI platform that delivers the data and analytics that power the brands in this room and all the way up to Heineken. And lately, we've been really focusing on what we call the AI shelf. So let me ask you a question. Raise your hands. I asked this of a CMO yesterday morning at breakfast. How many people in this room in the last, let's say 30 days, have bought something on Amazon, Instacart, from Walmart, or any other of the platforms? Now look around. At least 50% in this room are doing that. Now everybody who is a brand or is associated with a brand, raise your hand if you have an AI discoverability strategy for Claude, Gemini, ChatGPT, Instacart, Amazon, etc. Now look around. Nobody. One. That's what this panel is about. I'm going to provide a framework of how to think about this when you go home and on Monday morning, what you should do. I'm accompanied by Lynn and Jess, who are the real experts on marketing and branding. All the things you guys are used to talking about, they're the best at that. I am not. What I'm really good at is understanding data and understanding how to make your data discoverable by a machine and not by a human. See if I make this thing work. So in the old days, 16 months ago, what you guys all worried about was discoverability and the ability of somebody to go into a shop from the branding, from your marketing, and discover/pick your brand off the shelf. That has changed now. The AI shelf makes your brand invisible for all the other reasons that you previously thought were important. And there's really three lanes that define the framework of that query. The first is where you don't want to be. It's generic query. That means somebody comes into one of these platforms, say it's Instacart, say it's Amazon, say it's Walmart. There's an AI engine behind that query. And if somebody comes in and says, give me the best, better for you functional soda, your name's not going to appear unless you're one of the top three, unless you've done the things that we're going to talk about today to make sure you're discoverable. You don't want to be there. And everything, frankly, that Jess and Lynn do is what helps you get out of that and get to where you want to be, which is the named query. In between that is the paid and the sponsored. Everybody can do this. It's a great way to get discovered. It's a great way to launch a brand. There's brands in this room that have come through BevNET that use this strategy. I will say, obviously, it's expensive. It takes budget. And if you don't have that budget, what you want to get to is the named query. When somebody says, instead of functional soda, I want my Spindrift, you've taken yourself out of the algorithm and you've made the choice not choosable. They have to deliver you. And the last piece is, and I know you've all seen this at Instacart, you've bought it before, whether you want to call it reorder or subscription or just buy it again. That's where you want to get to, where it's just an automatic choice by the consumer that takes the algorithm out of it. If you are in the first spot in the generic query, how does it work? What is the framework? What is the scorecard? The scorecard is not flat, and it's really important how this is structured. Again, all the things that Jess and Lynn do are at the very top. What drives your typical score: conversion rate, repeat purchase, sales velocity. But here's the really important part. There's a gating function now of the structured data, which means, as when I say a gate, there's a solid wall between your data on one side and the discoverability engine on the other side. And if you don't have the parts that are visible to the AI machine to get you into the discoverability piece, then these other parts don't matter. So as an example, with Walmart, if you don't hit their relevancy score, and you'd think that there'd be like 10 things and they're all 10%. If you don't hit the relevancy score, you get 0 and you're not considered. So you have to get the data right to get into the machine to be asked about, and then the other parts we just talked about are the most important: conversion rate, repeat purchase, and sales velocity. And then modulating that without as much value but still important is reviews, rating, price competitiveness, and substitution rate. So summing it up, what stayed the same, what's changed, and what's new? The things you're familiar with, the fundamentals, they all still matter. You have to have product quality. You have to have a pricing strategy. You have to have brand strength. If you don't have a good product, none of this matters anyway. What did change is the surface. Typically, old days, go to the shelf, pick it out. What's the packaging look like? The packaging now for AI is your structured data. That's what it's reading. You've got to relate to a machine that's looking at, did it fill the elements that I think the consumer is asking for? And remember, these LLMs or frontier models, whatever we're going to call them, they aren't human. They are driven by math. And so they are looking for certain checkboxes to make sure you get into the discoverability piece. That's the most important part. And the last piece is the agent legibility. Making your product readable to a machine in a way that makes sense to it to put you in where you want to be chosen. And I think if you think about it, this is a lot like SEO in 2008. And Google really led that path. I don't know if you saw, but 2 weeks ago, it's convenient for us, you can't make this up. Google just announced, you all know your Google sheet for your SEO and all they just announced your AI discoverability score and have now posted it in your commercial page. What does your AI surface look like? What does it look like for it to be discoverable? So we all know, if you think this is the future, if Google is publishing this, which means they're then going to monetize it, it's not the future, it's now. And with that, I want to hand it over to the smart people, Jess Graham. We'll come back later for Monday morning.
So I want to bring the consumer into the room. We've talked about the bots. They're here. If you didn't know, they are very much here. But the consumers are still in control, hopefully, at least for the moment. And when I was at Visa, we talked a lot about people's mental models for purchasing. And I think mental models for purchasing are actually really relevant as we enter the agentic age. The way that I'm thinking about it is in 4 quadrants. There are going to be commodity purchases that are all about price and availability. There's no shame in this game, but you really have to go after your cost per unit, and there's a very clear strategy if you want to be a commodity brand to make that work. Most of the people in this room want to be in the prized conviction category. These are brand loyal purchases where you're naming the brand that you want to buy, you're naming the soda that you want to enjoy, and there's not much that's going to move you, certainly not probably an agent. It's not going to much that's going to move you away from that conviction purchase. Those are prized positions, and there aren't very many of them. There are also consequential purchases in the AI landscapes that we aren't going to, as consumers, trust the agents to do on our behalf for the next little while. Think about that as your wedding dress, your expensive watch, your car, something that has enough risk or enough dollar signs attributed to it that you're not going to trust an agent to do the shopping. And then there is this serendipitous bucket, which is the one that really keeps me up at night. It is the one in which many of the brands in this room use for discovery. Serendipitous purchases are this beautiful combination of value, surprise, and agency. It's the combination that we're going to have a really hard time engineering when the bots are doing the shopping. In addition to sort of thinking about the consumer and how they're thinking about spend and how they're thinking about making their purchases, there's a lot that's changing in the industry as well. One of the reasons why you want to get to that conviction purchase is not only the importance of product data that has to be very well structured, and Kevin just talked about it, but you also have to know your customer. So for years, the last 20 years, we have been in an environment where platforms are really in control of consumers and data. A couple weeks ago, for reasons that have to do with 25-year-olds, i.e. a lot of chaos in my household, I made 2 purchases from the same restaurant within 15 minutes of each other. On one side, I got a receipt, and the restaurant got, from which I ordered, my phone number, my actual email address, and my actual address. 3 pieces of information that are literal gold for anybody who owns a brand. The other one was from DoorDash. Look at what they gave the restaurant. Not my number, not even my full name, not my address, and not my email address. 0 data versus rich data. So when we talk about all the work that you have to do for your products to make them visible to agents, please, please, please don't forget that consumers are still in the room and that you want as much of their data as possible. If you don't have their data, are they really your customers? Now I'm going to hand it over to my friend Lynn, who's going to talk about the amazing, beautiful stuff you can do to ensure you get into that conviction category.
Thank you. Now, a lot of what Jess and Kevin were talking about was the kind of going into an Instacart, going into Sparky, and saying, I want a probiotic soda. But I want to do a little demonstration of what's next. So again, in the far future, maybe 3 or 4 months from now. So I went into ChatGPT, I created a shopping agent, and I said, I live with my husband and 17-year-old. I'm a pescatarian. I want snacks, beverages, food for a week, and my budget is $350. And there's a video that shows what happens. So it chose, within a few minutes, this is sped up, it chose the store, not the store I normally shop at. It chose all the products for me, had me sign in, and at the end, all I had to do, and it told me why it was deciding different brands, and at the end, all I had to do was manually sign into my FreshDirect account, hit confirm, and delivery was scheduled. Not usually a FreshDirect shopper. It chose Fage yogurt. I normally take Chobani. I normally choose Chobani. It gave me unflavored seltzer. Okay, whatever. But it did get about 60% of what I wanted right, which is really, really interesting because there were some things, even if it wasn't my brand, I thought like, well, maybe I'll try Fage. You know, it's not my normal yogurt, but hey, maybe I'll like it. And what I saved in effort, I was willing to give up in choice. And it's exactly what we're talking about why your brand matters. The other part, as Jess pointed out, which is whether you're the brand that didn't get chosen or the one that did, they still don't know they got chosen by me. So all of that data is still lost. So what can brands do to buffer themselves and put themselves at the top of the list, which is possible? And a lot of it, these were supposed to be skipped, is about earning the ask. And we can get back to ask generation if we have more time. But what we want to do is earn the ask in 3 different ways. So there's 3 different ways that brands can get to that prized spot. The one is being the name that people use. So for example, there's flavored seltzers, La Croix, Waterloo, clearly Canadian, but there's only one Topo Chico. So how do you have a proposition that makes you irreplaceable in the cart? You can own the category. I mean, Dirty Shirley, they presented yesterday. Their name is the category, and it's very, very hard to find another like it, which is also where innovation comes in. There is something about discovery that is still so important, and having a product that's truly innovative, again, Spindrift, there's only one, so even though they don't have the generic name for the category, they created something that is so unique that that innovation makes people want that and drive that preference. So the more unique you are, the more ownable you are, the more innovation can come in. And also, the other thing with innovation is I can see a world where someone just types in, find me something new. I like this brand, find me a new flavor. And so the more you can bring newness to your consumers and delight them, the better you are. And also from what Kevin tells me, it does help your data a little bit in discoverability. And then lastly, packaging. So packaging is interesting because I think it does two things. You know, we all saw from Liquid Death what could happen when you put something that was always in a plastic bottle into an aluminum can. We've seen from Graza, I call that Graza's like the easy squeeze bottle of this millennium, that just one simple packaging innovation can really, really drive loyalty. But the other thing packaging does that the others don't do is it gives you an opportunity to reconnect or connect directly with the consumer whose product your brand has ended up in their shelf because of it, or in your home because of AI. And it's this magical thing called a QR code. Most QR codes today, you scan them in, they might go to a website, your website, but it's such room for innovation to collect data from your consumer, to offer them something that will have them give you your address, your phone number, your email address. How you create that value for people is really a landscape waiting to be explored. The other thing, and I hate to be the one to say this, is that AI isn't everything and humans still matter. And so the last way to really reconnect with consumers is to be human. So I gave this talk a week ago at the Wall Street Journal Global Food Forum, and I asked people about AI shopping. And this woman told me a story that she and her husband were looking to buy a TV for their home. And they, as a test, used 2 different LLMs, put in their specs, and both LLMs gave them the exact same store, the exact same model. So they went to Best Buy to get the Sony, feeling confident in their decision. They had done their research. And the salesperson said, okay, we know you want the Sony, but do you like watching horror movies? And they said, well, yeah, we love watching horror movies. And they said, well, this TV is horrible for that. And so they did a side-by-side demo versus the Sony versus the Samsung, and it was actually, they could see for themselves that the LLMs got it wrong and that the associate got it right. And while that's in retail, it's still important to continually demonstrate your expertise and your reason why a consumer wants what you have, whether that be through sampling, again, something on pack, on your website that really educates consumers and demonstrates your expertise in their lives. Retail, there's something I keep saying, like Trader Joe's isn't worried about any of this. And so how do we learn from what they're doing in terms of discovery, in terms of making the store experience more exciting, more engaging? Again, not to ignore AI, but to find another area of opportunity within it. And the last one is to create community. I'm somewhere in there at a Ragnar Relay. I've done 11 of them. And Athletic Brewing showed up in 2020, has been at all of them. They're at tons of events. I'm their consumer, and they do not know me at all. So I did talk to Bill Schultz yesterday, and I said, hey, listen, if you want to start, I'll be the Ragnar Run Club. I will be your inaugural member. I will lead the charge. Give me a QR code on your can to sign up for it to create regional communities. That will create loyalty, community, and then I will be asking for you by name because I am a representative. So finding ways to create these communities, to connect with consumers is incredibly, incredibly important in this world where we're giving up so much to AI. Now I'm going to pass it back to Kevin for his Monday morning, things we should think about and know.
Thanks, Lynn. So we wanted to give you a concrete playbook to walk away from today what you can actually do with this. And as we saw earlier, there's people, you need a strategy, and you need a strategy soon. Some people, there's stratify it by budget. If you have no budget at all, none, go to your product page, whether it's in Walmart, whether it's Amazon, wherever you are, and read the title and the first line out loud to another person who doesn't know your brand. And if they can't tell you what it means, rewrite it. It's the cheapest thing you can do it right now. If you got a couple $1,000s, go clean up your structured data. It's so important. Everything that Lynn and Jess talked about are the parts that matter to get to name query, but the gating function of that data is super important. And I will guarantee you that you have different descriptions across retailers right now that is gating you out of the discovery that you want to be in. And then if you have a real budget and you want to actually measure the things we talked about today, like repeatability rate, things like AI assistants describe you when you're asked, tools like ours and others are already surfacing that. And again, it's kind of like SEO was in 2008. If you do have budget and you do want to show up in these searches, then you want to have an actual way to measure it and understand how to optimize for Monday morning. Jess?
I can give you these sitting down. Own your customer. If you can't email them, text them, talk to them, do you really own them? And ownership of the customer is critical more than ever now. And understand your customers' mental models. How are they using technology to make purchases? And where do they find you? How do they find you? How do they think about you? Take a really clear-eyed look about whether or not you're a conviction purchase that you want to be or whether you're a commodity purchase. And figure out your strategy against that, because that's where the real strategy is.
And again, branding, innovation, and packaging. Be the name, win that second moment, and never forget to stay human. And good thing the Knicks won yesterday, or else I wouldn't be able to wear this blazer.
All right, well, we have a couple minutes left for Q&A. It sounds like the big takeaway I got from there was have name recognition and be the name. Seems easier said than done. It's pretty hard to get to the level of give me a spindrift. When you factor that in, could you go a little deeper into how are the methods for, ensuring name recognition evolving?
Well, some of it is making sure you use your name as much as possible. So Spindrift, they talk about it as a category. Of course, a lot of companies have the benefit of, millions of marketing dollars to do so. But also, the more descriptive your name can be. We heard from Kabu before, and their name didn't mean anything to me until they said it stood for cacao butter. And all of a sudden, something clicked in my head. So again, the more your name can be descriptive, can telegraph what you do, or becomes a part of your communication, the better.
In terms of traditional online channels for marketing outreach, how does social media play into this and other kind of models of marketing that I think people in the audience are probably, at this point, well familiar with?
Yeah, so I spent part of my career at Instagram and at Visa, so I've worked for a lot of platforms. And what I will say is that it feels right now like a lot of the platforms that we have used to create discovery for our products are collapsing kind of all at once. People are on social media, they're present, but they're not available. They're not really engaged. Doom scrolling is a real thing, and it's going to have impact on brands. Influencers have less trust now than they used to. So brands that have traditionally relied on those kinds of channels to generate interest and awareness may end up in a bit of a pickle. So I think some of the stuff that Lynn was talking about in terms of building community, in terms of owning the data, in terms of having a direct connection, those are all ways to really ensure that you can have a direct connect. And I would say, the rent's just going up on those other platforms, so you better own your own customer.
Well, I wish we had more time to chat, but I think we got to move to break. Is that right? We are moving to break, and thank you guys so much for being here. There's so much more. They can all find you, pick your brains, and you're there.
Thank you very much.
back and live from New York City. Today's lineup is full of can't-miss conversations, including a close look at how federal regulations are impacting cannabis, as well as sessions on what makes for investment-grade innovation in the CPG space and making your brand legible to AI agents. We've got 6 incredible brands pitching live in the new Beverage Showdown finals, presented by Coca-Cola North America's new revenue streams unit. One will take home the trophy today. Stick around to see who it is. If you missed anything earlier, no problem. Replays are available to insiders at BevNET.com/video. And while you're here, don't forget about our next BevNET Live event in Marina Del Rey, California, this December 6th through 8th. It's going to be 3 days packed with presentations, networking, sampling, and one-to-one meetings. Mark your calendars and get ready to kick off 2027 the right way. Learn more at BevNET.com/events. Stay right there and keep this tab open. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Melissa Travers, Director of Community at BevNET CPG Media and host of the NOM-Based podcast, BevNET's How to Build This Podcast for the Food and Beverage Industry. NOM-Based.com is BevNET's hub for CPG partners and information. Find trusted industry partners, our masterclass style education series, company announcements, job opportunities, data reports, and the NOM-Based podcast all in one place. Visit NOM-Based.com to help you build smarter.
Hey folks, I'm Ray Latif, the editor, producer, and host of the #1 podcast for anyone building a business in food or beverage, Taste Radio. Thank you so much for watching our live stream. We hope you're enjoying the content, and we know that you'll enjoy listening to Taste Radio, which features interviews with founders of the most innovative and fast-growing brands in our industry. Recent episodes include conversations with Truff founders Nick Guillen and Nick Edgelooney, who share their strategy for scaling the business without losing the edge that made it a phenomenon. Nutrabolt CEO Das Cunningham, who turned a scrappy supplement startup into a billion-dollar beverage powerhouse, competing with industry giants. And Gary Vaynerchuk, who believes the future of CPG might look a lot more like Pokemon than packaged goods. My Taste Radio co-hosts and I also highlight the most relevant trends and news stories affecting emerging brands and share insights and advice on how to avoid pitfalls and scale effectively. Download or stream every episode of Taste Radio at tasteradio.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or your listening platform of choice.
Hi, I'm Monica Watrous, Managing Editor of NOSH.
I'm Brad Avery, Senior Reporter for BevNET and NOSH.
And I'm Lucas Southern, Senior Reporter for BevNET and NOSH.
And we are the hosts of the CPG Week podcast, your source for the latest food and beverage industry news, delivered to you weekly in a snackable, easy-to-digest format. Listen and subscribe on your podcast streaming platform of choice.
The most beneficial thing to our business is really reconnecting with founders who have done it before and have either exited or exhibited best-in-class tactics, skills, approaches to the business. And it's always great to brush up on those skills at these conferences.
Actually meeting everyone face to face. They're just here offering information to help you become better as a brand.
I come to BevNET Live to really meet and mingle with all the top people in the industry. I mean, from retailers to distributors to fellow beverage entrepreneurs, everyone's here.
And thank you so much for joining us today at BevNET Live Summer 2026 here in New York City. I'm here in the Taste Radio live stream studio with Nick Cornwall. You are the founder and CEO of H2 All. Thank you so much for coming to BevNET Live and chatting with us here.
Hey, thanks to BevNET. Thanks for having us. This is awesome.
I love your energy so much. Awesome. And I really do want to just jump right into H2 All and find out what you guys are doing and why you're doing it. I had a chance to check out your website, and you're doing some pretty big stuff.
Yeah, the why is important, right? The why is
Yeah.
important. That's always kind of that North Star, as we like to say, right? Ultimately, our goal here is to really create an opportunity and an avenue for the world to do good and be a part of something bigger than themselves. And we think we might have maybe a cool avenue for that.
Well, I think so too. So every bottle helps fund clean, reliable water for communities across Africa.
Well, around the world, right?
Okay.
And the idea is that, not everybody has access to clean water, let alone water at all. And
Yeah.
we're so fortunate to live here in this beautiful world, in this little lovely country, especially here in New York. Shout out to the Knicks.
Woohoo!
We live a really cool life, but that's not the same everywhere else. And when I think about ways that we can help and how we can improve humanity, it's simply giving the most treasured, precious thing we can give as a natural resource, which ultimately changes people's lives. And, we want to do that at scale. We
Mhm.
want to make a big difference, and how better to do that than a everyday product.
It's such a great cause, and the beverage industry has lots of opportunity. It's challenging, but there's certainly a lot you can do in this space. How did you decide to marry the cause with the product?
Beautiful question. So I started out as we stood up a nonprofit, and we were out as a charity funding projects around the world, right? And so we're actually giving water to about 280,000 people right now doing that. However, it was like, wait a second, we need more help. We need more people to know about this problem, and we need everybody to feel like they can contribute, so they could feel that good feeling of being able to do good. Yet that's difficult, right? When you think about, you got to be a part of a charity, maybe you have to have donation funds, money that you can give. That's not always the case, right? What if you're a single mother, or you're an 18-year-old and you want to do good? What's your avenue to do that without having to, break the bank or go volunteer time that you may not have? And so we came up with some, real objections that we had to overcome, and those were time, money, trust, right? Being a
That's
massive
a big one,
right? And so because we were the ones doing the work, I was like, we could tell this story. You can trust it because you could see it. And so that became the avenue of, how do we deliver a trust and transparency platform? And we looked into, what scales, what goes into every household. Even if you're lucky enough to have good water out of your faucet, you may be going to the lake, you may be packing a cooler, or you may be on a road trip, and you might come in contact with a bottle of water.
Trust is such an important part of it, I'm sure. Do you find that you have to combat any consumer skepticism when they see the bottle, and they're being told that it's doing good? How do you use the label to explain to people who are going to buy this product that what they're investing their money in is actually going to make a difference?
Yeah, thank you. Really, what's the secret sauce, right? We're here at BevNet, where we're talking about a lot of incredible ingredients and these cool, ways of going about formulating a secret sauce. The secret sauce for us lives in the QR code. The QR code is a redemption model where it actually shows true transparency. Where is the work being done? And then you get to follow along. So people's lives are truly being changed, and we actually have boots on the ground content and stories that come from those places where we're doing the work. So actively right now, you can scan the QR code after you buy a bottle. It'll give you credit for being a contributor to the project, and then it'll also let you follow along as the things change in those people's lives. So you can go on now. We're working on a small village in Uganda, right on the border of Kenya and Uganda on the eastern side, and they don't have water right now. And you can see a video right in there where people are actually collecting water and what their life looks like today. And we'll get to follow along now as we continue to sell water and do our thing. You'll get to watch their lives change.
So you talked a little bit about this at the beginning, but how did you personally become interested in supporting this specific cause of providing water to communities that have trouble accessing it?
Yeah, I mean, that's a long conversation, but I will summarize. I live a really incredible life. I live in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. And I was on a baseball field coaching young athletes, and good friend of mine and other coach was, we were conversing about how blessed we were and lucky we were to live the life we were living. And we were thinking about how we could gain or create a way to give an example through leadership and through coaching and mentoring these young athletes about, you want to be a good leader, you want to be accountable, you want to be, disciplined and all of these things. And it was like, where do I apply that? And how do I do that? And so we were talking about ways that we could, create an avenue for athletes to apply the things that we were teaching on the baseball field and football field and things like that. And so he had experience working in third world countries, and we reached out to some people that we knew and said, hey, what is it that we could do? And as we started into that, it was like we could do a lot of things for a lot of people who need a lot of things that we could possibly provide. But it was actually I was in Africa after we drilled one well, after we fundraised through a baseball camp and things like that. We stood up a charity, and I was in Africa, and I realized that the reality was all of these ailments of the folks that I was, interacting with, all stemmed from really the same place, water. And it came through my head. I was like, where did you get the malaria? Same place you got the typhoid. Where'd you get the typhoid? Same place the cholera came from, right? And I was like, wait a second, we could really do something about this. I'm no special human being. Mm-hmm. All I am is somebody that looks at really difficult challenges and goes that direction, because that's likely the path that you need to be on. So found ourselves doing that, and it's been very successful. But I want to invite the world to be a part of it, because it's a world global issue. It's not just a specific, population or
right.
specific country. It is humanity.
Right. Well, certainly I'm glad that you're starting to tell the world by telling our audience out there. How are you planning on getting this out into the world? Are you going to be, what's your distribution strategy? Are you thinking retail, on premise? Where do you want to see this land?
We have actually launched in Georgia. In the greater Atlanta metro area. We do have distribution through the Anheuser-Busch network right now. And we actually are in about 300 doors now after a very quick start to include Quick Trip. So we're very excited about that. That will be sort of our early stage here. And so as I think about that, this is my favorite part, is that while communities abroad who need access to clean water and who need the ability to live healthy lives so that they raise their children and they stand on their own, we think about that. You and I need purpose. You and I need connection.
Sure.
You and I need to feel good about something all the time, right?
Yeah.
And so what about if you could walk into your convenience store and go in there and do something good for humanity on a regular basis with no extra cost, with no extra time? You were going there anyways, and you walked out with a bottle of H2O in your hand. You may just bump the rudder in your entire community for your own benefit. And so we're not just trying to win abroad, we're winning right here at home.
Well, I feel better already. It's been such a pleasure having you here in the Taste Radio Livestream studio. And last question for you: what are you looking for out here in the audience, up on stage? What did you come to BevNET Live for?
I came here to listen as if I was wrong in my ideas, and thank you to BevNET, because it challenged everything I kind of thought, and so kudos to those who have taken the stage and shared their stories, because to be honest with you, I came here with an open mind to listen and learn, and it proved everything that I thought, some right and some way wrong. So I'm excited to go apply some of that, bring that back to the team, and take off from there.
Well, I couldn't think of a better endorsement. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Nick Cornwell, founder and CEO of H2All. Thank you so much for joining us here in the studio and at BevNET Live. You can head right over here with your microphone. Thanks so much for joining us. That was great. All right, next up, I am very excited to be talking to Anjali Bhargava, founder of Anjali's Cup. You are certainly one of our favorite brands and people in the beverage community, and I'm so glad you're here. See, this is why. This is why. So is this really for me?
It is, yeah. I just made it outside.
All right, tell me what I'm opening here and what I'm about to be drinking.
So this is my masala chai concentrate. We're about to launch a brand refresh at Fancy Food, so I brought a little sneak peek for everyone.
I just want to drink that all day long for the rest of the day.
And the beautiful thing about masala chai, I think this is like a big missed opportunity in the marketplace right now, is that people are serving chais that actually don't have a lot of caffeine. They're missing these functional spices. Like Ayurvedic spices it's not just about a flavor profile, it's actually about functionality and things that support your life. So masala chai is great to start the day with, but it's actually that it's a safer afternoon caffeine fix because it's not going to give you the jitters in the same way, but it is going to give you a real pick-me-up. Also great for doing a early evening cocktail. So instead of a espresso martini, you can do a chai martini.
Right.
Or I actually love pairing it with rum or bourbon.
Ooh, a chai martini.
Mm-hmm.
I really can picture drinking it from like morning till night. This is the perfect thing, especially at one of these shows. You know, you're talking, everybody's loud. It's like you feel like your voice is disappearing. It really is the perfect thing. You just mentioned Ayurvedic, which I probably butchered the pronunciation of.
No, you got it.
But how do you position that in the wellness category?
So, my brand has evolved a lot, and a lot of that is about really meeting customers where they are. So I've always leaned into the fact that my products are Ayurvedic. They're Ayurvedic. They are Ayurveda inspired, but also third culture. So all of my products, my turmeric elixir has maple in it. That's not traditional Ayurveda. It's my innovation as someone who was born in Canada and grew up in New England. I feel like if we had maple trees in India, Ayurveda would have used maple. So that's the opportunity I have as a third culture kid to bring something that is optimizing. It's actually taking this ancient wisdom and adapting it to modern lifestyles and making it something that's easier and more accessible.
So I've heard a little bit about Ayurveda, and I've read a little bit about it. Can you explain the Ayurvedic principles that you use to guide the way that you have put together Anjali's Cup?
So it's complicated, and so interestingly, I'm also I've been thinking about, even in terms of you saying like I'm not sure I'm saying Ayurveda correctly. I don't want that to be something that keeps people away from the brand. Yeah. So I'm also leaning into another word for Ayurveda is functional. It's about balance, right? So the ginger, the cardamom, the cinnamon, the cloves, the fennel that are in my chai masala, which is the spice blend that's in the chai concentrate, are all doing things to support your system. Actually, even the sugar in the chai concentrate in small amounts is reducing the acidity of the caffeine. So people who have acid problems when they're having caffeine should actually have a little bit of sugar, not 18 grams of sugar, which is like a big problem we have with a lot of the chai products on the market. They make up for a lack of spices and caffeine or tea with a lot of sugar.
It's so interesting that you're talking about using a little bit of sugar for balance. That's something that we are seeing across beverages at every category. Maybe, even if it's just like 4 grams of sugar, and maybe you're even using a non-nutritive sweetener or whatever, but using a little bit of sugar is something that we're seeing so much of.
It's actually functional.
That makes perfect sense.
And it's actually the right use. Like, nature is full of so much wisdom. Sugar didn't appear on the planet by accident. It's not poison.
Yeah.
If it's used correctly.
Did you hear that, folks?
It is not great for us. High fructose corn syrup is another thing, but that's I've always tried to find the right sugar for the right product as well. So it is all about balance. all of my products, my chai concentrate has a little bit of turmeric in there because turmeric supports all the other things. It's all very synergistic, right? But it's also an investment. So we said, it's like, we're honoring our past, we're savoring the present, and we're nourishing the future. So all of this you're getting those cumulative benefits with every cup. It's not just about functioning well in the next hour or two.
Well, I do feel like I'm already feeling the benefits. You know, I don't think we talked about the format that the product is offered in. So you have 2 bottles here. Tell me about those.
So this is the existing packaging. This is the exact same thing. It's just a little bit of a brand refresh. So you can see I've tried to sort of clean it up. As we've transitioned over time, I've tried to make sure my messaging is tweaked. I have actually increased the sugar just a little bit to sort of meet. Most of the products on the market are between 10 and 21 grams of sugar per serving. I was at 6, which was sort of that functional level. I bumped it up to 8.
Yep.
So the new product has 8 grams of sugar. The other thing that's very different is I think most people would look at this and think that it makes 4 cups of chai based on industry standards. This makes 16. So it is an espresso strength chai, which is easier on the planet. It's a lower carbon footprint, and it gives it a crazy amount of versatility. So I don't know if you noticed, that wasn't a chai latte that I made for you. It was mostly water and a splash of milk. I don't want to drink super milky drinks.
Really?
Yeah, it's just like an ounce of milk in there.
I am your new biggest fan. And it is so smart that you put make 16 cups right there on your revised packaging.
I tried to make it really clear. It was here, but people weren't seeing it the same way.
Yeah, no, you can see it better here. And so I can see the new sugar content is 8 grams. The old sugar content was 6 grams. What compelled you to add those 2 grams? Was it consumer feedback? Was it your own tasting?
So I've really always tried to be true to integrity on these decisions, but it's also important to make it an easy yes for people. So my biggest customers are coffee shops, cafes, restaurants, bars. They're used to a certain sugar level. I want them to get the authentic flavor profile, the benefits, to open this up to all the disenfranchised chai drinkers who can't find a cup of it anywhere. But I also want it to be easy for those people who've only had the Starbucks and Starbucks derivative chais to actually embrace authentic chai and experience all the benefits they can get from it.
You know, I am so impressed with the amount of sweetness that you're able to get with the combination of the spices and with the amount of sugar that you use. It's a really nice harmony.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine that the typical chai has double the amount of sugar?
Yeah. It really is fantastic. And so do you do a lot of food service?
I do.
Yeah.
Food service is the largest part of the business. And I love that because it's getting it into people's hands that I would have a much harder time. It would be a lot more expensive for me to reach those customers. It doesn't build the brand in the same way, so I'm trying to keep the balance. I do have an 8-ounce size that I'll be launching with the new brand. So that's a better sort of retail size. It makes 8 cups. And I sell on my website. But finding that balance of the D2C, the retail, and the food service is always, it's always something that we're refining strategically.
Sure, and I'm sure when one blows up a little bit, you work with that and you see how far you can take that. It probably is a cyclical process.
It is, and it's also, we really, as a result of the tariffs, we had to really zero in on what was going to give us the economies of scale. It was going to allow us to produce the volumes that would allow us to be a bigger customer for our co-packer and get the production schedule that we need. So we're focusing on volume, and so that's why a big part of our focus right now is getting those food service customers in. But of course, it's a little bit of a it's always a little bit of a game of balancing those things out.
Yeah. Well, it was such a pleasure to have you here in the Taste Radio Livestream studio. I really am still getting over this product.
Don't get over it.
Yeah, no, yeah, all day long, I'm telling you. Thank you so much for coming to BevNET Live. Anjali Bhargava, founder of Anjali's Cup. It's been so great to have you here, and you can head right this way with your microphone. Thank you so much. All right. Next up, we have Liz McDonnell, co-founder and CEO of Pizza Wine. This is something that we actually had in the BevNET offices and had a really good time trying. So I'm glad that we get to have you here in the Taste Radio Livestream studio at BevNET Live to tell us all about it.
Thank you so much for having me. It's so exciting. And I have a pizza wine for you. I know it's a little before noon, but
I know it's a good day when I get a chai and a pizza wine just back to back. I don't think life gets any better than that.
I know. Happy Thursday.
Thank you. So tell us a little bit about this product. It's pizza wine. So it's a sparkling red wine that you enjoy chilled. How did this come about? It's not typically the way that you would think to drink red wine. So where did this come from?
So not typically in the U.S., but it's actually a super common pairing in Italy. So if you go to any pizza shop in Italy, the house wine is going to be a sparkling red. So if you've heard of Lambrusco before, it's a little bit inspired by Lambrusco, but very much inspired by just the casual nature of drinking wine with friends over casual food in Europe that really just hasn't come to America yet. So I'm obsessed with sparkling red wine. I used to own a wine bar where we had a sparkling red on tap. My co-founder is a pizza chef, also obsessed with wine. And so we put the two together in a way that meets people where they're at, which is eating pizza.
And so how did you? So you ran a wine bar before, so you probably saw a few kind of trends and had a few favorite things. How did you decide to settle on the sparkling red wine and turn that into the business?
Yeah, it's a great question. So our wine bar always had a $6 glass of white and a $6 glass of red. Because we wanted to make wine really accessible. Sparkling red was one of the more accessible wines that we had, so we had it on tap. And in that first year, I saw most of our customers try it for the first time in their lives, so it was still very novel for them. Again, despite in many places in Europe being super common, and so that novelty was really exciting for me, and most of them loved it. And so what I saw over the next couple of years is that it became harder and harder for me to find. I had one producer from Umbria and Tremonti that we had sourced the sparkling red from, but then we couldn't find it again. And so this is the wine or the style of wine that people asked the most about. And so when I wrapped up the wine bar in the very beginning of 2023, and I thought about how can I keep working in the space to make wine more fun, more casual, more accessible, a sparkling red. I knew people loved it because I saw it at the bar. It had that novelty factor, and it has a really great story around pairing with food, which is sort of the space that I wanted to live in with wine.
And where do you source the ingredients from? Where do you source the grape juice from?
Yeah, so fun. So I almost cried as about 8 months in, I just couldn't find any winemaker who really understood what I was trying to do. In my mind, pizza wine had a really, really specific flavor profile. And it's just not a flavor profile that sort of big wineries understand in the US. But 8 months in, I found an amazing producer in the Lake Erie AVA of New York State. So most people think of the Finger Lakes when they think of New York, but Lake Erie actually has amazing grape growing infrastructure. And so we're working with the oldest family-owned winery in New York State, single winemaker, regeneratively farmed grapes. So local, inspired by the Italian version.
Did the current state of tariffs and the uncertainty that's still swirling around those sway you to go with a U.S. producer? Is that what you would have done anyways?
We would have done it anyways. So at the bar, we really care about well-made ingredients and the stories of our producers. For me, when I sort of struck out to make my own wine, it was really important that it be local. and that it had the story of us who are here in New England, sort of pairing wine with pizza, which is very much sort of a cultural thing here in New York, also in Connecticut, also in Providence, where we're based.
I would say it's going to be a thing everywhere, right?
It's a thing everywhere. So for me, it was really important that it be from where we are. And my co-founder and fiance, a chef, he says what grows together goes together. That's sort of like what he learned in fine dining, and that's our approach to pizza wine as well, is it has to be from here and it goes with pizza from here.
So I know that your target demographic is people who like wine and pizza, preferably together. How are you targeting your consumers outside of that?
I think I've learned so much over the last couple of years in terms of really like branding and speaking to the consumer. I'd say coming from a product background, my biggest learning moment was that I thought it would sell itself, and actually things don't just sell themselves. You have to.
It's really disappointing, isn't it? Can somebody fix that?
It's so sad, but it's also really fun. And so, sort of my background in product, I build a thing, and then some other team goes and sells it. I have had to learn over the last year how to sell it, and I've become the sales team. And so, what I've learned is, how to talk to consumers about the thing that they do know, which is eating pizza, the thing that they want to know more about, which is how to pair wine with food. There are about 20% of Americans are pretty solid wine drinkers, but a much larger percentage want to be, and they feel like wine culture is really stuffy or it's inaccessible. They're scared to make the wrong decision. And so the way that I'm reaching those people who are not wine plus pizza drinkers is talking about what the best pairing for pizza really is, which is this sparkling red, and we have a long cultural tradition around that. And so once I tell the story at a demo table, people are like, oh my gosh, that makes so much sense, and they smile and light up. And so that's worked really well for us.
So this might be a dumb question, but are you also targeting on-premise with pizza shops? I mean...
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So pizza restaurants are we love them. And it's just so fun to see, to walk into a pizza shop and we see the pizza wine cans out on the tables with, big New Haven style rounds, for example. So we're firmly on-prem, off-prem, and then the sleeper is actually grocery. So that's not what I expected at first, but what my hypothesis is, and it makes so much sense, is that when people are choosing to eat pizza, they want an easy decision. They know they love pizza. It's not complicated. They know wherever they're going, people are going to eat that pizza. And when they're already in that mindset, they want an easy decision with what they're drinking. And so we see pizza wine moving pretty quickly in grocery stores where people are doing their weeknight shopping.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's a fun can. It's a fun occasion. I think you did such a nice job matching the branding and the packaging with the occasion, and that it's not serious. It's fun.
Thank you. Yeah, we definitely want it to be fun, casual, disarming. I love that people smile when they see the can, but also a little irreverent. So on our 4-pack box, we say, pour it over ice, drink it with cola for all we care. You really can't mess this up. It's a different ethos than what wine culture tells most people, so it can be very judgmental, and we want to be the opposite of that. So you really can't go wrong.
Well, I certainly am not going to go wrong later when I drink this. And one last question for you.
Yeah.
What brought you to BevNET Live? What made you come?
So actually one of my advisors is here, and it's my first BevNET. I'm so excited.
Yay!
I think conferences in general, they're sort of my worst fear because you have to walk in and just talk to people that you don't know all day, but there is so much to take in here. Mm-hmm. I texted him and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy because you can see people in the same position and see how they made the decisions that you're currently struggling with. So we'll definitely be back next year.
Well, Liz McDonald, thank you so much for coming to BevNET Live and hanging out in the Taste Radio Livestream studio. Co-founder and CEO of Pizza Wine. Thank you for joining us. And we're going to say goodbye to our audience here. Thank you all for joining us here in the Livestream studio. Don't go anywhere because new Beverage Showdown Finals Round 2 are coming right up.
back and live from New York City. Today's lineup is full of can't-miss conversations, including a close look at how federal regulations are impacting cannabis, as well as sessions on what makes for investment-grade innovation in the CPG space and making your brand legible to AI agents. We've got 6 incredible brands pitching live in the new Beverage Showdown finals, presented by Coca-Cola North America's new revenue streams unit. One will take home the trophy today. Stick around to see who it is. If you missed anything earlier, no problem. Replays are available to insiders at BevNET.com/video. And while you're here, don't forget about our next BevNET Live event in Marina Del Rey, California, this December 6th through 8th. It's going to be 3 days packed with presentations, networking, sampling, and one-to-one meetings. Mark your calendars and get ready to kick off 2027 the right way. Learn more at BevNET.com/events. Stay right there and keep this tab open. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Melissa Travers, Director of Community at BevNET CPG Media and host of the NonBase podcast, BevNET's How to Build This podcast for the food and beverage industry. NonBase.com is BevNET's hub for CPG partners and information. Find trusted industry partners, our masterclass style education series, company announcements, job opportunities, data reports, and the NonBase podcast all in one place. Visit nonbase.com to help you build smarter.
Hey folks, I'm Ray Latif, the editor, producer, and host of the #1 podcast for anyone building a business in food or beverage, Taste Radio. Thank you so much for watching our live stream. We hope you're enjoying the content, and we know that you'll enjoy listening to Taste Radio, which features interviews with founders of the most innovative and fast-growing brands in our industry. Recent episodes include conversations with Truff founders Nick Guillen and Nick Edgelooney, who share their strategy for scaling the business without losing the edge that made it a phenomenon. Nutrabolt CEO Das Cunningham, who turned a scrappy supplement startup into a billion-dollar beverage powerhouse competing with industry giants. And Gary Vaynerchuk, who believes the future of CPG might look a lot more like Pokemon than packaged goods. My Taste Radio co-hosts and I also highlight the most relevant trends and news stories affecting emerging brands and share insights and advice on how to avoid pitfalls and scale effectively. Download or stream every episode of Taste Radio at tasteradio.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or your listening platform of choice.
Hi, I'm Monica Watrous, Managing Editor of NOSH.
I'm Brad Avery, Senior Reporter for BevNET and NOSH.
And I'm Lucas Southard, Senior Reporter for BevNET and NOSH.
And we are the hosts of the CPG Week podcast, your source for the latest food and beverage industry news, delivered to you weekly in a snackable, easy-to-digest format. Listen and subscribe on your podcast streaming platform of choice.
The most beneficial thing to our business is really reconnecting with founders who have done it before and have either exited or exhibited best-in-class tactics, skills, approaches to the business. And it's always great to brush up on those skills at these conferences.
Actually meeting everyone face to face, they're just here offering information to help you become better as a brand.
I come to BevNET.
Welcome back.
Interesting.
Now we're going to get back to the new Beverage Showdown final round with part 2. 3 more brands are coming to you live here and on the stage. We're going to kick things off with Juice founders Angie and Mark Max. Come on up to the stage. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. You know the deal. Clicker. Please keep an eye on your timer.
So Oma Juice started from a memory of my mom peeling fruit for us every day for every occasion. When I became a mom, I wanted to reflect that same care, but in a way that fit our fast-paced lifestyle. So I went to the grocery store. I was looking for something that could nourish and delight us as a family, but nothing met the moment, so we created it. Oma Juice is real fruit with Korean roots. I'm Angie, mother, daughter of Korean immigrants, a former consulting leader at PwC, and prior to that, I worked for over a decade in maternal and child health globally. What that taught us early is what we feed the people we love is more than just food. It's nourishment and traditions passed down for generations.
And I'm Mark. I spent 15 years in finance and analytics working with early stage companies, helping them with their forecasting and analytics, and supporting some CPG brands like Vive Organics.
By being...
Together we launched Oma Juice in September 2025.
And what we learned early through validation in the market is that juice lost people and they want back in. So we created a juice not just for adults with a functional edge or kids with minimal nutritional value. It's something that we can all enjoy together as a family or as people. It's more than a niche, it's a movement. We have 3 flavors inspired by the fruits that I used growing up. Jeju Silent Punch, inspired by the Haenyeo divers off Jeju Island. We have mango, pineapple, pear with excellent source of vitamin C and E. And then we have K-pop medley, inspired by the big Korean cultural wave, but also my mom, who you'll see on every bottle. That's persimmon peach blueberry with postbiotics from kimchi and subak splash, which subak means watermelon Korean, with sweet potato and raspberry. It's got electrolytes and magnesium.
On top of our unique flavors, some of our differentiators include organic fruit purees that you can see at the bottom of every bottle, 4 grams of fiber, including 3 grams of prebiotics, and 60% less sugar than your average juice. Additionally, we are in the process of non-GMO project verified on all 3 SKUs.
And we're meeting our consumers where they are, whether it's at cultural festivities, events and activations, and donating product to places near retailers, because we know that sampling leads to purchases. We've sampled over 7,000 people in total so far since launch, 5,000 over one weekend during the big game weekend at Ghirardelli Square, and also as an official beverage partner to Laneige during their big Juice Pop product launch.
The strategy from here is disciplined. We're growing through more demand over more doors, locking in our velocities before we scale. At Wheatsville Co-op, where Siete launched their brand, we're selling 13 units per SKU per week in our second month, earning us an additional front of store placement. As we speak, we're currently launching in all 10 central markets across Texas, as well as part of the New at KeHE program, which has landed us stores in neighboring states. Additionally, we're available on Misfits Market nationally. Depending on channel, our SRP is between $3.99 and $4.99. In all of our retailers, we are averaging 20% month-over-month growth in velocities, driven by our aggressive demo and customer activation strategy, where 85% of sampling leads to purchase.
My Oma moved quietly and with care so that we could move boldly with our juice, retailers, bottles, and events. We're Oma Juice, and we're bringing juice back to your home.
Please hang out. Keep your microphone. The judges might have some questions for you. I'm just going to slide over, Mark, just so I can. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. John, let's start with you. It was interesting. About 10 years ago, we saw a new juice category emerge, or at least segment, in cold pressed juice. Is the timing right for a new kind of juice like Oma Juice?
I mean, I think it's definitely interesting timing in the sense that right now there just aren't that many companies focused on innovating in juice. So in effect, it's like the white space, right? And I think this liquid is really solid. It's familiar, but also unique. I think the sugar profile of it, it's like really spot on, timely. Probably my only just feedback, for you guys to think about is I feel like the Korean roots part of it and the name of the individual SKUs is a little bit of like, it's the only thing that makes me stop and think. Whereas like, I don't think like the consumer really needs to stop and think about this. So I think figuring out how to like make the SKU names a little more clear and maybe put don't lose the Korean roots story, just maybe don't make it something that when I'm opening a cooler door, I'm like, I don't know what this is next, But I mean, really great liquid, really like what you guys are doing.
Yeah. Samantha, what do you think of the positioning of function for the whole family?
I think function for the whole family is a fantastic place for you to market your brand. It gives a great blend of traditional, so you're bringing in your heritage, you're bringing in your background. If you've tried this out in the fridge, it actually has a super vintage Snapple pop to the top when you open it. So you're bringing in that history, that vintage, but with the functional blend to it, you do have that modern twist on it. With the naming convention, you do have that modern twist. I think that's something that is applicable to an entire family because of the different age groups between parents and children. I would say to kind of play off of what you were saying, with that contradiction, it's borderline polarizing with confusing. So it's very traditional with the story, but then you have something like K-pop. So I think the liquid's delicious, the packaging is great, but just a little bit of fine tuning on the wording of it to blend it just a little bit. You're 90% there. It just needs a little bit of a wording adjustment.
That's exactly what we're trying to work through as well, to just honor our heritage, but also make it kind of more palpable for a broader audience. So thank you.
Yeah. Dan, there's a mom-crafted approach to Alma Juice that seems like it would appeal to a lot of parents. Is that the right path? Is that the right pathway for a brand like this?
Yeah, I think the one thing I have written down on my handy clipboard here is that the brand is lovely. Like it's a lovely brand. I think, and so it fits families, it fits kids. What I'd love to see is just a little bit more breakthrough on the brand, right? So like it's a brand that you'd say is like, well, would you list the brand? Sure. Will it move and will it appear on shelf? Will it fit in the set? Sure. Does it come off the shelf? That's the piece that I would want to look at. I think this idea of I would say that there's a Korean subtlety to it that maybe you want to dial up. I mean, especially around K-pop and like the opportunity right now in culture of what that takes is like there may be an opportunity to dial that up further to grab the differentiation, but don't put it there for put it there's sake. I think what people said so far and John said is that the juice category itself it does need innovation, because everything has kind of moved off of juice into function, into juice as a carrier for function. And so there's something about the purity of juice that's really, that's really nice, and that a lovely brand actually fits very well in. But you just want to make sure that it has a dial more edge. I love the flavors of the brands as well, or the flavor of the product as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lynn, you get the last word, but I'd like to ask you about the glass packaging. There was a lot of discussion among the semifinal judges about the glass packaging. I just want to get your thoughts on it.
Well, and the glass packaging, again, I think, from what the judges said yesterday, I would echo that in some ways it's great because there is, it's sturdy, it is retro, but if we're selling to families, having everything single serve and non-transferable is hard, and I think that's where I wish the brand was either like very family or very Korean, mainstream, and I don't know where the bridge is between those two, because if I'm going to buy this for my kids and and stock it in my house, I almost want less functionality and want it to be more of a juice. And it does taste delicious and the brand is great, and I think just being a modern juice with a better macros and less sugar and more interesting flavors is a great idea. And I also think leaning into the Korean heritage is great, but it almost feels like that would be have a different target audience.
All right, outstanding. Well done. Angie and Mark, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, on to our next finalists. We have Justin Bohannon and McKenna Bohannon. Come on up. Hello. Microphone. And microphone, you got your clicker?
Yep.
And please keep an eye on your timer.
All right, thank you.
Hi, y'all. I'm McKenna out of Austin, Texas. I'm COO and co-founder of LifeFlow.
And I'm Justin Bowflex. I did a lot of speaking yesterday, so let's go ahead and get into our presentation.
How do I click it? Okay. All right. Most of our consumers know that they need to drink more water and have more protein in their diet. The problem is that shakes are often heavy and bars are often dry. So they don't really want to do that, right?
And so who wants us? Who likes to buy our product? Bikers, hikers, walkers, gym bros, gym girls, and millions of moms and dads who love pickleball. Also, young athletes, people looking to enjoy a refreshing, better-for-you beverage.
I was that consumer. When my baby boy was born, I started breastfeeding and I was looking for hydration and protein and vitamins to set him up for success and myself. And lo and behold, I couldn't find that drink or that product. So we ended up creating something.
So meet LifeFlow. We have 2 flavors, and I want to talk a little bit about these flavors. Both of our proteins have 10 grams of protein. That's 7 grams of whey and 3 grams of collagen peptide. Science says 2.5 grams of collagen peptide a day improves your hair and nails. That's why we have that. One of the first tasks that I like to do is adjust the labeling so that now you will be able to identify a little more clearly the zero sugar brand and the sugar brand, because I see there's 2 different type of demographics. You have one demographic of people who want to lose weight but also increase their protein. With the emergence of peptides like semaglutide and Ozempic, there's a need with smaller stomachs to have an enjoyable, refreshing drink. And then there's also a demographic of people who like to work out but also maintain their weight or even gain their weight, but in a refreshing way. LifeFlow aims to be right in between the people who want a protein, but not 30 grams of protein, and who want hydration with functionality.
So what makes LifeFlow different? We have the benefits of a protein shake, but we have the hydration and vitamins of a sports drink, and it's clearly just refreshing. The result isn't a shake, it isn't a sports drink, but the protein water that drinks like a refreshing beverage. So LifeFlow really sits at the intersection of protein and hydration.
And right now, LifeFlow is selling on websites only, DTC at $375. But we do hope to get onto TikTok Shop and Amazon Shop. Also, our big goal is to get into retailers that kind of fit our niche. We're looking for Academy, we're looking for sporting goods stores, nutrition shops, kind of like Vitamin Shop. Also, I've noticed that there's a big stigma against protein water. I think when you think of protein water, you think chalky, you think disgusting, I'm sorry. Our goal is to implement a sips on lips strategy. It's a field marketing strategy where we'll have samplings where you get the drink on people's lips so that they can see it actually tastes really, really good, and we can break through that stigma. Because we believe that once you try it, you'll buy it. If you buy it, you'll rebuy it.
So we have a new occasion for protein. LifeFlow is a drink that you can have as a post-workout. You can go on a nutrition walk, even everyday wellness. LifeFlow is a protein that flows with you.
And LifeFlow has been around only for about 90 days, so we're really young and very much in the beginning, and we recognize that. We have 2 flavors, and we're currently working on a couple more flavors, and
Thank you. You can hang out here.
Okay.
We have some questions for you. I'm just going to slide. Thank you so much. You can come in a little bit closer. There you go. Okay. Samantha, last year's or in December, the winner of the new Beverage Showdown was a brand called Projo, which sat at the intersection of protein and coffee. LifeFlow sits at the intersection of protein and hydration. What do you think of that concept?
I personally think it's great. I think the concept, I do think that it is a need state. I have a teenage son who I'm constantly getting after to drink water and to have protein. But Obviously, since I'm his mom, everything I say is not cool. But if it were to come in a prepackaged, very cool-looking bottle, I would not have a problem as a parent giving that to my child. And I think that it would give, it's a great kind of all-in-one solution. That being said, I do think that when it comes to the design on your can, it does read to me a little everything all at once. So it does have, it's this, and it's this, and it's this, and it's this. While it may have it, I think that that's a question that you may need to ask as a brand. Does it need to be on the can? Or is that something that you just say when you're having your demonstrations, when you're talking to the different brands? Because protein water in itself, I think that's your full stop. That is the concept that really is going to be your key piece. And that way it allows the consumer to decide if it is for their workout or if it is for another environment without necessarily pigeonholing yourself into just being a workout drink. It actually will open you up more if you take more off of your can.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dan, Justin McKenna led off by saying that consumers want protein beverages, but just not another protein shake. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, well, that was fun, and I think true. I think the and also the taste profile of protein beverages overall, you know, especially as you get clearer and clearer, don't taste very good. You taste very good. I was sorry about the gong because I'm really interested in the two other flavors, but I think the difference, I think, of the can, the package probably needs just a bit of work. I mean, if you're going to be hydration plus protein, say hydration plus protein right on the top. Don't just say protein, because I think you're leading off, you're actually like leaving part of the story behind. Because there is a lot of ingredient loading here. You know, you've got 3 or 4 ingredients stacked on top of each other. And so you want to make sure, like, what is the primary purpose for it? There were kind of 2 ways to go on this thing, you know, and in your insight actually on Ozempic users or semaglutide users or GLP-1 users that are looking for a refreshing drink, I actually think that's probably something that's big enough and developable enough, but narrow enough to get after with a strong positioning story at retail. That could be really, really useful. And then you broaden from there. That was, you know, part of the path that I saw from the presentation here. But overall, that was great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Lynn, what are your thoughts on the macros and the ingredients themselves? There was some discussion yesterday about how much protein do you really need, but in a brand like LifeFlow, do you think it's the right amount? Do you in terms of the ingredients themselves?
Well, I think the product itself is great. It is delicious. It doesn't taste chalky. You get the coconut, you know, loud and clear. I actually want to just also build on what you were saying. I don't think it should be called protein water. I think it should be called protein hydration, if that's the intersection of what you are. So I think the macros are good, but I don't think the macros are good for the gym, because I see what people are wanting in the gym is like a lot, like you know, you can't compare 10 grams of protein to the 42 that the others have. And so I think leaning more into the hydration and more into, you know, the story about just wanting to be hydrated and getting some protein and other things as part of that hydration. The other thing that was a little, not confusing, but the packaging and the usage don't make sense. Like a can at the gym would be hard, a can while hiking would be hard once it's open. So I don't know if you'd go to some, but sitting at your desk or while you're nursing or more as refreshment, cans make more sense. So really understanding who you're for and when you're for. And I think LifeFlow doesn't say like gym. Yeah, it says like this is for your life. So I think leaning into that will make the proposition so much clearer and have the macros make sense.
And I appreciate that, because we don't really want to be a meal replacement. We do want to position ourselves with hydration next to all the other sports drinks as it's hydration with added protein. So
well, even next to the coconut waters as a better coconut water. So what are you improving and what are you replacing for the consumer? I think this is a better coconut water as opposed to a better sports drink.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
John, you get the last word on LifeFlow.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would add is that I feel like I would, and I know you're just testing D2C, but I would just pick a sweetness level. I think having different SKUs with different like sweetener blends or whatever it's just going to be confusing. And you know, I thought the no added sugar one, like it tasted pretty good. So I mean, I feel like focusing on that rather than the person who like doesn't care and wants some sugar, like I don't know, or maybe try somewhere in between. But yeah, I mean, I think the liquid solid and would definitely just try to pick a direction on that. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
All right, great feedback. Great job. Well done, Justin.
Good job.
Well done, McKenna. Thank you so much. I'll take the microphone. All right, our final finalist is Amna Metman from Brausa. Hello. How are you? Good to see you again. Microphone.
Thank you.
Clicker.
Perfect.
Please keep it on your timer.
And Ray, this time you said it right. It's Brause, which is actually an old German word for carbonated drink. And I've mentioned yesterday that these drinks have been around in Germany and Northern Europe for centuries, and now we're bringing them to the US market. Brause is actually 100% a US-based company. We pride ourselves in sourcing everything, including our cans, ingredients, everything, the packaging in the United States. It's interesting. Yesterday, after the conversation, I think the best part about this exercise, and I'm going to pivot a little bit away from the presentation, is the feedback that we received. And there were two pieces of feedback. I want to talk a little bit about the SKUs themselves and our go-to-market route, but I also want to address the feedback. Two pieces, the German relevance and then also the minimalist design that we have. So let's talk first about the drinks. So we got 3 SKUs, 2 of them are malt-based, and that's what makes us German. Malt-based beverages aren't really a thing here yet, but they're emerging, and we see them really everywhere at this point coming up, especially in the craft beverage aisle. Our apple and malt craft beverage is a combination of Bavarian wheat malt, non-fermented, not alcoholized at all, but as a whole food ingredient. And we pair those with organic apples and organic dates. And what comes out is this almost like an apple wheat beer that foams also just like a beer, and it's delicious and very refreshing. The other SKU is the date and malt. And interestingly enough, this one almost has a cult following. So if you do anything today, I'd really encourage you to try this. This drink is almost like a lightly sweet stout or a Guinness. Again, 0 alcohol, but we pair roasted barley and again, the Bavarian wheat malt with organic dates. And what comes out is this roasted coffee / chocolatey caramelized finish, and it is really a treat, and we're extremely proud of that drink. Now, I want to talk a little bit about our positioning in the market. I spoke yesterday about the fact that I believe that the non-alcoholic category is eventually going to evolve into the craft beverage category, and this is what we're trying to usher in. Similar to meatless meats that were a huge thing 10 years ago, and see where they are today, we think these categories need to evolve and need to go back to being authentic, and that's what we're trying to do. We're also super clean. There's a huge market for functional drinks out there. That is not at all what we're focused on. We don't want you to have to do your homework when you open a can of Brause and what is in there. But really, we want to be very clean. 2 to 5 ingredients, no added sugars. We let the apples and the dates do the trick there. And then this is the part where I want to focus on the German heritage here. I mentioned that malt-based beverages are omnipresent in Northern Europe. But what is German about this is actually something that is, it's the industrial design here. If you think about German, you think about cars more often than not. And I still think we make the best cars in the world. And what you get there, if you think about a BMW or a Porsche or an Audi, is a very sleek design from the outside, very industrial, very sleek. But when you open up the car, when you open up the car itself, you have the most powerful motor inside, the most powerful engine. And that is the same experience that we're trying to replicate with our drinks. It is very sleek, which means it fits into a variety of different settings. And what we're doing here is the educational piece is super important. What are German craft beverages? So we're parallel tracking. We're on track to be in 1,000 doors by the end of Q3. Those are mostly retailers, but we're also in premium hotels like the Amangiri, the Ritz-Carlton. We do partnerships with Land Rover. We're in front of the consumers that we're targeting, and that's how we can educate the United States about these drinks. Thank you.
Excellent. Well done. Slide up here. We'll start with Dan. Clearly there's demand for premium soda. What we heard from Amna is clean, simple, and craft is the future. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the insights are there. I think the German craft soda is probably more descriptive. You know, I saw in your presentation this craft beverage versus craft soda. I think it drinks like a craft beverage more than it drinks like a craft soda. The way you were actually describing it, I mean, you sounded like a brewer, which was beautiful, right? You know, and about the intricacies of the brand, you know, and the intricacies of the taste, which I think in some ways have to be captured somewhere on the package. And I think the front of the package is beautiful. I mean, it's beautifully simple, and so there's a place for that. But I think the product description of like what your taste expectations need to be, I think could be dialed up. That just goes in the back of the can. The product itself tastes delicious. I mean, this idea of like a category creator. You know, I'm gonna go back to like Eastern Europe, kvass, kind of that, like, you know, that kind of maltiness, and that. I think there's an opportunity to kind of bring that, and so there is a category creation piece of that. In order to do that, you're going to have this kind of process of discovery, but also, you know, a really simple explanation. It's like the primary coffee that we just tasted with cacao. Is like, you don't necessarily want to get involved in the ingredients, but you do want to say it's a breakthrough or there's something new that you're adding to the category, which I think is all included in this can.
Yeah. Yeah, Lynn, I want to stay on the branding and design for a minute. What are your thoughts on the label hierarchy and how this is portrayed on shelf?
Yeah, I need to stop going after Dan because you keep saying everything I want to say.
I'll hide my clipboard. Or hide your clipboard,
yeah,
I guess I should say.
Cheating.
Yeah.
So I think the minimalist design is interesting. I wish the brand name were bigger and the flavor names were smaller, so I understood like what the brand was first. And I think the link to German engineering and sleek on the outside, but, you know, powerful on the inside or complex on the inside is a good one, but it is missing some taste cues for me, and it doesn't necessarily have to change the design. But like Dan, when you started talking about, oh, this is like a stout, this is like an ale, this is like a pilsner, all of a sudden I thought, oh, I'm not drinking a sparkling cider. So cueing or a sparkling apple juice. If you close your eyes and you're just an average consumer, you may not understand the difference, but if you tell me I'm drinking a crisp apple pilsner or something that brings it back to the beer occasion and the craft occasion and the craft beverage occasion, it feels more elevated. So heightening the taste cues, I think, would be super helpful.
Do you want to address that? It looked like you.
Yeah, I think the educational part is actually the most important, and that's why we try to parallel track with the premium food service to actually really finance our ability to go out in the market and talk exactly about the SKUs and what they are and do the educational piece. That has to be super active, and we're evolving the packaging. This is the second iteration based on actually some feedback that I got from John, and we're continuing to evolve.
Probably pretty good feedback that you got from John. But, you know, taste is everything. Taste is king. So what are your thoughts on the taste of the two products that you tried?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really unique, again, like you've taken two familiar flavors, and I guess I say this as an American without the heritage side of it, but, you know, two familiar flavors that are popular and combine them into one product that's now different. And, you know, I think, I don't know, every time I hear you describe the liquid, I'm like, yeah, this is awesome, you know? And I think, you know, the slide that you left up here, you know, this sleek, simple, industrial sensory overload, it's an interesting dilemma that you have in that you have all this great stuff and a great story, but to compete with the sensory overload of all the products that are like protein, zero sugar, you know, it's just sort of like, you know, how do you straddle both where the consumer is like, oh, I get it, I know this is different and unique, without doing all that stuff. And I think that, you know, it's the classic thing of like, if this were, you know, super easy to figure out, it might not be worth doing anyway. So I think, you know, you've just got to figure out the path to get there and maintain, you know, this aesthetic that you have. You know, I love the just cleanliness of it. But again, I wish more of that story came out, but I'm also not advocating that you start screaming on the package. So not super helpful, but
No, it actually is, and I think that's the exact, like that's what we're talking. My husband and I talk about this all the time. But we think what we can do there is really educate. We are very founder-led. Every in-store demo, everything that we do is all my husband and I. And I think being able to tell the story, it's going to take longer than a lot of the poppy drinks that are out there and immediately tell you what they are. But we also believe in time in the market versus market timing, we think it's going to take a long time, but that's why it's also going to prevail, because we do spend most of our time on the educational piece.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, right?
Yes.
Yes. Samantha, final thoughts on Browse?
The good part is that the liquid's there. The liquid's there. The liquid is delicious, and sometimes, or usually that's the hardest part, is getting it to have that proper flavor profile. I think there is still work to be done on the packaging. We've said it several different ways, several different styles, but I very much so resonate with that, because as a merchant, as somebody who this would potentially get in front of, when I look at the first item, it says craft soda, and I straight away say, oh, that's not me, that's gonna go to the grocery buyer. But then another item in your portfolio, I said, well, now that has malt in the description. It's not clear who that would belong to, and unfortunately, in those cases, it usually means it won't belong to either merchant, and you'll unfortunately maybe fall into this black hole between different merchants of it's not mine, it's not mine. So I think that just continue to work on the wording of it. I like that you have a very strong plan to have the education piece. I think the education is going to be very important to show how it is truly a soda, if that's the strategy definer that you're going to end up with.
All right. Outstanding feedback. Amno, very well done. Thank you so much. And a round of applause for all of our 6 finalists. Amazing job today. Very well done. The judges have their hands full, but a decision they will make, and we're going to announce that decision, the winner of the new Beverage Showdown, right here at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to step off the stage and going to bring up to the stage my colleague Lucas Southard.
Hello, I'm Lucas Southard. I'm a senior reporter at BevNET. So this next panel covers the only beverage category facing an existential crisis. Now I know that might be hyperbolic, but it in fact is true. In the last 3 years, intoxicating hemp drinks have become one of the fastest growing, but also the most contentious beverage categories in the country. In December, when our BevNET community last met in Los Angeles, we were a mere weeks removed from Congress passing a spending bill that scheduled a ban on hemp drinks containing more than 0.4 milligrams of THC. Having operated in the gray area since the passing of the 2018 Farm Bill, the current challenge that faces the category is nothing new for intoxicating hemp brands. That being said, the impending November deadline could cripple the $1 billion industry that has been created. So, with all that said, how are various stakeholders in this high-growth industry reacting to the storm clouds swirling over the category? Already, we have seen a few brands leave. Some are pivoting into other functional ingredients. But at the same time, there's more brands that seem to be showing up every day as demand grows. So enough from me. Let's hear from the true experts. I'd like to welcome to the stage Daizy's Social Soda founding partner, Jill Johnson, Justin Ashby, who is the Chief Administration Officer at South Carolina and Georgia distributor Southern Crown Partners. He is also the founding member of the Beverage Wholesalers for Responsible Regulation, and Diana Eberlin, Chair of the Coalition for the Adult Beverage Alternatives. Come on up. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about these chairs. So, I gave a quick run through of everything that's happened in the last 6 months, or maybe just a little bit of what's happened. But to kick things off, let's talk about what's happening on the legislative front. Diana, you are one of the most up-to-date resources of what is happening in DC, as well as state by state. There's a lot of noise coming out of DC from delays with Rand Paul's proposed bill to codify states choosing their own regulatory path, to Representative Andy Barr's Lawful Hemp Protection Act, I think is the current name that we're going with on that. That might have hit a roadblock with the House Rules Committee. Walk us through the 2 or 3 most likely outcomes that we might see as we move through the summer and close in on November.
Absolutely. I mean, there are some absolutes. For example, the CMS program that President Trump and the White House would like to see continue to exist, where they've defined therapeutics as anything under 3 milligrams of THC per serving. In order for that program to continue to exist beyond November 12th, the definition of hemp has to change. It needs products that are higher than that 0.4 milligram per container. So we know a change needs to happen. The how is the real question, and the timeline. The biggest obstacle we have right now is really time and the fact that we are in the middle of an election year, where focus is on top of all of the other distractions, if you will. There's other priorities on the Hill right now. We are still top of mind and constantly being brought up. And I think what we've seen over the last few months in terms of all of the attempts to either delay or correct the language shows that there is interest in Congress to make an adjustment and create a sustainable, safe pathway for not only beverages, but other therapeutic products. In terms of what we could see, there's a lot of different pathways that this could be adjusted. We've had a lot of conversations. Barr's bill will likely be introduced. He's obviously dedicated a lot of time and energy into that, and he's been very vocal about the fact that that will be introduced in a variety of ways. What they're trying to do is keep momentum going, showing that there is interest in regulating this category. Because of the election and, of course, appropriations, what we will likely see, there's a lot of different ways this could go, and I don't think anyone wants to say this is what's going to happen. But what I do want to make clear is whether or not there is a fix by November 12th, beverage will be back. The consumer wants this product, wholesalers want this product, retailers want this product. The underlying narrative is very clear that they want to create a pathway. It's whether or not it happens by November 12th. We could see a definition change that allows for these products. We could see a deadline change that goes beyond that November 12th date, because when you have an election November 3rd, there isn't a lot of time for change to happen between then. So there's a lot of different pathways it could go. I wish I could give a clearer answer, but I also want to make it clear for the audience, we are not single-threaded with our strategy or approach. There's multiple ways that we are looking at finding a solution, and it's coming down to education and working with our partners, which the wholesalers, the retailers are really getting engaged at the federal level, and that's been incredibly impactful.
Definitely, and I mean, as you said, it's very unlikely that this category will go away completely forever. For reference, Nielsen IQ reported in April that more than 1 in 4 U.S. adults have tried cannabis-infused beverages, but more importantly, 50% of U.S. adults that they surveyed were interested in trying a THC drink. The category hit $239 million in retail sales during the 52-week period, which was up 135%. So, hearing all those numbers and also hearing what, Diana, you just kind of laid out in terms of all this uncertainty, Jill, I'd love to hear how you have been positioning your brand, and as a company, how do you, plan for future growth when there's so much uncertainty and things seem to be changing every day?
Thank you. And before I answer that, I just want to say thank you to Lucas and the whole BevNET team for putting this panel together. BevNET is not a cannabis or hemp beverage media company. It is a total beverage and food media company. And so at a time when we need the continual coverage, it's incredibly important. I think I would speak for any operator in the space that we appreciate it. So thank you. But as for the, thank you. As for the continual regulatory change and how do we manage that, I mean, that has been every brand's operating reality since inception. I think what we do at Daizy's is we react quicker. We don't predict what's going to happen, and we just have to make decisions in real time. It's not perfect. Flexibility is a requirement in this industry, though, and we don't make decisions in isolation. We are bringing it through the lens of all tiers of our business, our hemp providers, our network of distributors, our strong retail partners. And it's not always that they align on how they interpret the law, but that is rare, and it's what we've found to be the best solution to move forward.
Yeah. Justin, so Southern Crown operates in one of these states that has been trying to pass its own regulatory guidelines, some good, some less good. How has Southern Crown made decisions in where you sit in the supply chain in terms of how much inventory to bring in this summer, when to take new brands in the portfolio, in a similar to what I just asked Jill, like how, as a mostly beverage alcohol, but also a major player in hemp beverages distributor, target future growth? How do you forecast in this environment?
Well, forecasting in this is almost impossible. We don't know if it's going to, I like to say the only thing we know for certain is that November 12th is coming. And unfortunately, that's the only real certainty that we have right now. So in a lot of ways, we're really planning for that. But if I back up and think about this, this whole thing for us really started with consumer demand, which led into retail demand. And at this point, even with all these looming bans, even with pending legislation in certain states, the retail demand hasn't stopped because the consumer demand hasn't stopped. And so back to what Diana was saying, if the category goes away or has a period of prohibition, it's going to come back. The demand is so strong. And I think the biggest sort of single thing that we can do right now as we think through how to sort of save this thing is make sure that folks know that it's going to go away or potentially go away. A lot of people don't follow politics and don't really understand the mechanics of how this thing happened. And so it's really key for us to educate not only our consumers and the end users of the products, but even our fellow distributors around the country, our retail partners, even our supplier partners. We all have a role in this right now to make sure that we're educating folks on what's about to happen and what you can do to help save this. So for now, for us, as we just kind of look at this and say, as long as the consumer demand is there and the retail demand is there, let's push this as much as we can, as hard as we can. But of course, we are facing that deadline, and that's something that it looms over us, and we're definitely going to start making some internal decisions here pretty quickly because the unfortunate reality, having a federal license to sell alcohol, if November 12th rolls around and nothing changes, I can't have something that now definitionally all of a sudden is marijuana in the same warehouse. So as we approach that, we're going to have to slow down a little bit. But again, it's this balance of what consumers and retailers are asking for. And so far, no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, and as we've noticed, even in the last few months, it doesn't feel like the category is slowing down. Yes, there have been some brands that have pivoted out, but we've also seen retailers double down. Recently Target just added Texas and Florida and most of Illinois into bringing hemp beverages to their stores. I'm wondering how the distributor and retailer class can play an even bigger role than they might already have in helping push this regulation forward, and what's been done so far. And maybe Diana, you can start us off because you're in contact with them.
Yeah, the wholesalers and the retailers are our strongest allies federally on the Hill. I mean, they've been incredibly engaged, and the education is critical. They have political capital that the hemp industry doesn't have. They've been lobbying for regulations for their industries for 93 years.
There you go.
And Justin's the expert on that. But they add the credibility that we are trying to bring to our space, and they know how to work within a regulated marketplace. So that credibility has been absolutely critical. To Justin's point, though, the awareness is key. When you see Target expand into 3 states, you see the Navy Pier in Chicago bring on an official THC beverage, the consumer doesn't think these products are going away because they're still on the shelves. So we need to get that awareness up. So what we've seen wholesalers as well as retailers do, and you guys can all scan my QR code on my t-shirt to send your letter to Congress, but they're starting to put displays at their retail locations so that the consumer knows that these products could go away. Because our target consumer for the most part is the 30 to 45-year-old female. You guys ever try to take away something from a 30 to 45-year-old female? It usually doesn't go well. So ultimately bringing that awareness to the consumer and making sure that people are aware that their products that they enjoy could go away that is a huge problem. And so ultimately the consumer, getting them engaged is going to be a critical piece, because at the end of the day, constituents get what they want. They might not get it right away. It takes time. Politics takes time. But it is critical to get them engaged. And that is something that we need to really drive, because the more we hear from the consumer, the more likely we are to see change at the federal level.
For the last, can I piggyback on that real quick? So, I mean,
please.
The good thing is we've already seen this movie. Go back to Prohibition. Alcohol is the only category out there that's the subject of 2 constitutional amendments. We saw what happened that led up to Prohibition, why it happened. We saw what happened during Prohibition. It didn't work. That's why we repealed it with the 21st Amendment. And so there's a lot of analogies that we can look at in terms of the political capital that alcohol has in this space. Almost 100 years of lobbying now to keep the alcohol category alive. There's so many things that we can borrow, and so many relationships that have been made, especially at the local wholesale tier. If you think about the thousands of wholesalers around the country that have sponsored T-ball leagues and Rotary clubs and whatnot over this 100 years since the repeal of Prohibition, we really have a unique position here, especially when we're faced with a declining alcohol category for a ton of reasons that we've been discussing over the last couple of days. It really sort of shifts the focus, I think, to the wholesale tier to start looking for creative solutions for our businesses, and these low-dose intoxicating hemp products have certainly helped us fill that void. But the interesting thing for me is that it really sits nicely, specifically in the beverage format, and what we already do with alcohol, especially when we're talking about low dose. These beverages often taste fantastic, but you also have to balance this with some social responsibility. There's a difference in a 5 milligram beverage and a difference in a 100 milligram beverage. There's a difference when you show up in DC and you smell like weed and you're trying to lobby your congressman on whatever, and you show him a 100 milligram beverage. I had a senator say, hey, I've got this 50 milligram drink and I'm going to try it. And I said, please don't do that. You're going to have a terrible experience. If you want to try one, let's start with something lower. Here's 2.5, 3, 5 milligrams. I think that's really important for the industry as a whole when we think about how we can save this as well. We have to be responsible with it. And a big piece of that is low-dose beverages in a safe, regulated way, just like alcohol.
Yeah, and as we've talked about, there's a lot of different outcomes that could happen between now and November, or even post-November. There's the idea that it could be a delay at the last minute, October, and they kick the can, and we get another year, or stakeholders get another year to try to figure it out. One thing I've been hearing a lot recently is that there is the possibility that the November ban goes into effect, and states like Texas, Florida, Minnesota that have really succeeded in making this category work for them, or for the states, might just keep selling it. Now, that's not to say there wouldn't be some institutional challenges, but this state-by-state approach would kind of, I guess, put the category more in the same framework as what recreational marijuana MSOs operate in, having to source within state, deal with interstate commerce laws, even credit card sales authorizations. How would this maybe change, Jill, for you, how would this maybe change the strategy that you all have been doing at Daizy's, having to be even more state by state than you already have been?
Yeah, it definitely changes things overnight. So we've already been operating in a way, any multi-state brand operates in a way that's pretty fragmented. Depending on the state, you have different formulas, packaging, labeling, testing guidelines, labs that you have to use, other state-specific compliance laws that you need to meet. So from a production standpoint, we're kind of set up there. But what does it look like from a distribution standpoint? Do the existing national scale businesses like the retailers, like certain distributors and other tiers continue to operate in that same way? It's a path. It's not the preferred path. It's not the deserved path for a category that truly there's a consumer demand for, and we've never really had an opportunity to have that federal recognition to really show what it can do. So it's a path forward, but definitely not the preferred.
It's important for brands in the room who are looking at, like, is this an option, to understand how complicated this actually would be to execute. It doesn't mean like, oh, the states are going to, keep their regulations the way they are, and you're still going to be able to sell in Total Wine and Circle K and these places. You're going to have to source your material and manufacture within the state. Does your retailer want to sell a product that technically qualifies now as marijuana? How is it taxed? Is it 280E penalty, which makes your product then is taxed at a 70 or 80% rate? Our credit cards, you can't purchase Schedule I products using your credit card. So like, how does that work? Is Total Wine going to open up a separate cash wrap and take cash? Those are questions that we don't know. What retailers would opt in and how would they operate? Will they have to get state licenses for marijuana in order to move these products? There's a lot of questions to execute that. So it's important that everyone knows while it's a path, and to your point, it's not the deserved path for our category, it's whether it's executable. And it's going to be complicated, and all of the partners need to be collaborating and working together to make that work, because it's going to be very difficult to execute.
Justin, does this change? Would that change anything from the wholesaler perspective?
Yeah, I mean, to their point, it's definitely not the preferred path. I would say it's not preferred, not deserved, any of that. It's just also not feasible. I mean, any business who the bulk of their business relies on something that you hold a federal license for. I mean, at this point, even though the president, I think in December of last year, rescheduled or issued an executive order to reschedule cannabis, it's still a Schedule I narcotic. So, like, if you have a federal basic wholesale permit or you have a state liquor license, and you're in the South, for example, in some fairly conservative states, like, you're not going to risk it. You can't risk it. So the route to market for brands looks way different, which probably goes to impact the demand in a negative way, or at least the availability in a negative way. Wholesalers run a very capital-intensive business. It's one of the main reasons that brands seek out a distribution network, because it's so expensive to move big, heavy liquids from point A to point B. And so asking a brand to now take on that responsibility just to survive is going to be really hard the further and further you get away from sort of their headquarters. And I just don't believe that many alcohol wholesalers or even retailers would want to continue to carry the risk without some type of clarity one way or the other. And maybe that's Schedule III, but we're still waiting on that.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of part and parcel for this. It's just the lack of clarity that this whole category has operated in for so long. Jill, is there a way that you and your team at Daizy's are preparing for the worst case scenario? Is there a pivot that you can do? Is it, stopping production for a while and just hoping that something gets cleared up in the next 6 months to a year? Luckily, there's other arms of your business that you can lean on, but from the point of view of Daizy Soda, what do you do if the worst case scenario happens?
Yeah, we're kind of balancing all scenarios. I mean, there's multiple to consider through November, and so it's not just a simple Plan B pivot. It's looking at all different scenarios. And what makes Daizy's a little bit different from the space is we built our business inverted. We don't focus on D2C. That's not a big portion or really any portion of our business. We pre-sold our retail network, our distributor network, the brand. And so the reason I say that is that's central to our point of thinking of what's our pivot. We want to continue that mutual business as best as we can with the teams and the tiers that really built the brand from the start. But we're looking at various different plans, and it's not any one single solution right now.
And I can tell you that there's a number of brands that have started to pivot. They've created uninfused lines, to kind of sustain and maintain during that period. Because we have prepared people that, we might hit a stutter step in November and have to have a temporary, ban where these products aren't on shelves. So people are looking at alternatives, looking at ways to maintain their business. And I think people have already looked at, okay, maybe I just focus on these states and instead of trying to expand right now. And I think that's brands being conservative and forward thinking of, I might need to wait out 6 months. But I think, like I said in the beginning, we might have that stutter step, but we will be back. We will be back at BevNET. We will be back serving samples. That will absolutely happen in the future.
Yes.
I want to end on a positive note because I don't want it to just be doom and gloom all the time. And
I'll repeat that at the end.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough of that going around. But we have about 2 minutes left. Is there any positive things that we've seen, whether things that are happening in Congress, things that brands are doing, or I don't know, just the kind of wholesaler perspective, like how much product is going in that retail partners are asking for? Like, is there some blue sky there?
The product is selling well. The demand is there. I mean, everything, if you didn't know about November 12th, you would think we were killing it. You know, the industry is still thriving as of right now. I will say we have more champions federally that are starting to become very vocal on hemp beverage in particular. As you can imagine, intoxicating beverage in DC is very popular. They can wrap their mind around an intoxicating THC beverage. Our category in particular has more support and more understanding than probably others. So we have more champions that are willing to become vocal on this issue, and we need to continue that momentum federally, particularly given the time restraint that we have. But the fact that we have Congressman Fry out of South Carolina, coming in with an amendment, he's someone that wasn't talking about this issue before. And there's some things I can't share about our strategy and what we're working on federally, but we have more lines in the water and plan B, C, and D. And we didn't have that a year ago because we didn't have those champions. But now we have a lot more people coming to the table willing to help us. And I think that really sets the tone and shows how much progress we've made in the last couple years. And I think that's really important for everyone in this room to know, like, yes, November 12th is ahead of us. But the fact that we are brought up almost every time there is a vote, hemp is like, we need to fix hemp. We need to fix hemp. There's always someone yelling that and coming at it from our corner. That's a huge jump that wasn't there 2 years ago. So we have done probably some of the best lobbying. And if you talk to groups like, I'm not going to put words in WSWA's mouth, but I know that they feel the fact that we were part of why they almost didn't fund the government back in October, November. That's shocking that hemp was up there, that we were an issue. So the fact that we are constantly being brought up and talked about on the Hill, that is an amazing achievement, and we will continue to be talked about for decades to come, because once we get over this challenge, we're going to continue working on improving our regulations. This isn't done come November, come 6 months from now. We just need to keep building and keep moving the momentum forward.
Last week, 3 Republicans and 1 Democrat submitted an amendment to fix this. None of that was found in order, but that shows leadership that, hey, you've got a bipartisan effort and people screaming that this has to be fixed. Congress moves really slow. It's probably going to come down to the deadline, but all we can do is keep putting the pressure on, keep lobbying. So that's a piece of good news. And look, one last thing for me. I mean, one of our larger high-end grocery store chains, 20% of our sales to that store or to that chain year to date are hemp-based beverages. You think about that. We sell them alcohol, we sell them beer, wine, non-alcoholic products, and 20% of our sales are consumers saying these are the things that we want. So the demand is real, it's there. Now we just have to mobilize and continue to put the effort to save the category.
Great. Well, I think we'll leave it at that. Tap any of these people up here as you see them out on the floor and ask them more questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's a really important discussion. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, panelists. The one thing I really want to know is who that congressman was that wanted the 50 milligram beverage. So I'm going to encourage those of you who are interested to please send questions up during this next panel. And the reason for that is you're never going to have this opportunity for sort of cheaper advocacy than you will right now. A couple of years ago, this incredible resource started hitting my inbox, and I've become an avid reader of it. It's called Term Sheet Pitfalls, and it's the joint product of one of the most accomplished CPG deal lawyers in the business and a youthful early-stage VC investor who was finding incredible deal flow. In semi-regular fashion, these two fellows are bringing both strategic and tactical advice to founders on term sheets and fundraising. They're exploring everything from the etiquette of networking to potential investors to the actual value of terms like valuation. Now, we've heard from 3 funds over the past few days about what will get you to the table with them. And what I think is really important about this next these 2 next speakers is we're going to hear about how to walk away from that table with a deal that you won't regret. So please welcome Chuck Cotter and Dan Fairman. I got to do my own blocking. So thank you guys so much. I know you're super busy. The way I want to lay this out is you two approach this from really different angles, right? So Chuck, you're kind of advising clients on negotiating deals and acquisitions. Dan, you're evaluating investments that sometimes lead to negotiations and also getting stuck in a room with Chuck who's going to pull terms out of you. But there's a common sense that founders needed this newsletter. What were you seeing repeatedly that convinced you that there was this gap in founder education that you two could fill?
Yeah, thanks so much, Jeff. I think first and foremost, I believe founders know their businesses better than anyone, I would hope, in the most part. But when it comes to advocating for themselves, when it comes to actually structuring a deal within the context of a fundraise, that's not a default skill that a founder normally has as they're starting a business. And Chuck has worked with tons of founders representing them as legal counsel. And I think he and I can both agree that those relationships really flourish when they're symbiotic. And when a founder can be a sparring partner advocating for themselves based off their knowledge of their business when it comes time to close a transaction versus Chuck hand-holding a founder through every single part of a process and negotiating on their behalf and doing more than obviously crossing T's and dotting I's. So first and foremost, we wanted to give access to founders, an educational resource that would empower them to advocate for themselves in a way where they could really be a strong partner with their lawyer. And then I think number 2 was, when we looked at the resources out there, we saw boot camps and we saw accelerators that were charging founders for this kind of education. And given founders are very capital constrained in the early days, we wanted to ensure that this content, of course, was super high quality and simple, but also free. And so we're also very committed to never putting a paywall on any of our content. So I think those were the kind of motivating factors at the beginning of the journey.
Cool. And on behalf of the founders, thank you for doing this. To sort of underscore the need again, Chuck, I think without naming names or even going ahead and naming them, what's an example of a situation you've seen where a founder got into trouble simply because they didn't understand how the process really worked?
Yeah, and by the way, thanks to BevNET. Good to see you guys, and go Knicks. Thanks. I would say the biggest issues tend to be information asymmetry, and then what happens is a founder doesn't know what they don't know. They go into a conversation with a VC, they agree to things, and then they come back and we have a discussion, and I say, why in the world would you have ever agreed to these things? And now it's hard to unwind, right? Because now a founder feels sort of ethically committed to what they agreed to with the VC. So the goal here is to avoid those mistakes. One, I think we both have identified. Don't want to steal any of your thunder here, Daniel, but 2 or 3 years ago, the biggest problem when we got to a big Series A round that we were unwinding is that the valuations were too high in the prior rounds. Nowadays, the biggest issue we're unwinding is in early stage founders stacked too many safes without fully understanding how dilutive it would be, and then the impact when a new investor would come in.
Yeah, I think that's right. And just to pontificate on that a little bit, when you're signing this safe instrument, you're not technically giving away equity in your company immediately, so you don't feel the impact on the cap table yet. But if you're raising multiple safes and then you're raising a Series A on top of that where you're giving away 15 to 20% of your company, and then you're also throwing in a 5 to 10% option pool at the close of that financing, all of a sudden, you've given away 40 to 50% of your company, and you still have years and years to go. And so then from a motivation perspective, that can often be tough to swallow. And then I think one more kind of qualitative thing is just the process of building urgency in a process while still sustaining honesty. One thing I run to all the time is founders kind of trying to create a false pressure environment to close deals and push investors to decide more quickly than maybe is really needed. And I think the main thing we want as investors is just honesty from day one. We're signing up on a 5 to 10 year journey with founders. We're going to be as honest as possible with them. We want them to be honest with us on day one. And so I think another fundamental thing we're just always trying to work through is seeing true honesty in the founder and the way they run their process from day one, because ultimately we want to work with honest people who have integrity all the way through the process as well.
Don't you think that just putting myself in a founder's shoes, there's such an urgency, such a pressure to both raise and sell? The entrepreneurial business is one of selling to the consumer, to the customer, to the investor. Can't two truths be exist in this realm?
Yeah, I just think it's the way you communicate. There's nothing wrong with sharing that you've received a term sheet with other investors to tell them that they need to accelerate their process, but it's the way that you communicate that information that shows kind of what kind of character you have. And I think we've run into also situations where some of that information gets exaggerated, and then as an investor we find out from the investor that they signed with that something they said isn't totally true, and then we're 100% going to back out. So I think it's just the way you deliver it. It has to be honest and with integrity, and honestly probably unemotional. Just hey, we received a term sheet, we're excited, we'd love to work with you in the future. If you're interested, let us know what you're thinking. And that's all it has to be. And you'd be surprised how rare that kind of respectful communication sometimes is.
Yeah, and I think, look, the media environment adds to it. We write about raises all the time. We write about lack of raises all the time. And founders spend a lot of time reading about this stuff, about funding rounds and about acquisitions and headline valuations. They see the announcement. You guys see what happens before the announcement. And certainly we've written plenty of stories about exits that were, in fact, sort of wounded retreats rather than exits. What do founders misunderstand when they're reading about these things, about how these deals actually come together?
Yeah, so I would say two things I would take away. So we just did the Grunes deal, and after we did the Grunes deal, 20 founders say, how do I replicate that? And my answer is, you're not. Don't compare yourself to a sample size of one. There are plenty of other successful businesses out there that are getting less PR. And that leads me to the second point, which is, whether it's LinkedIn, whether it's press releases, this is still all social media effectively. No one's living their real life through social media. And because we see behind the curtains, we see deals get announced that were actually bad deals. We see financing rounds get announced that have diluted the founders down to 5%, and it's celebrated as a victory because the valuation's high, but in fact, it's not so great for the founder, right? We see sales rollouts that we know are going to be unprofitable because it's at bad gross margin. So concentrate on your business, take what you can learn from these things, but don't compare yourselves to them because it's just not reality. And there are lots of successful businesses you've never heard of or you've barely heard of.
Yeah, I love that first point about not comparing yourself to N of one. And I think, of course, every entrepreneur's dream is to build to that big splashy exit. But I think the main thing to focus on is just building a business that has optionality at the end of the day. Optionality to me is scale and profitability. If you get yourself in that position, there still needs to be quite a bit of luck to exit, in my opinion. And you can have a $100 million business spitting out $15 million in EBITDA a year. That doesn't guarantee that a strategic is going to find a fit for you in their portfolio. But what that position does guarantee is that you can potentially start taking dividends or do a dividend recap. So if you position yourself to have optionality being scale and profitability, you'll be in great shape whether or not you immediately sell your business to a splashy strategic like you might see in a headline.
I can't believe it's taken us a day and a half to get to something that we usually say very early. Don't build a house you wouldn't want to live in, right?
If I can riff on that for 1 second, because I won't say which, but a cool example, which is we had a founder whose beverage category was not sexy for a while, but it was spinning off 15 to 20 million of cash every year. Over 5 years, that founder still got rich, right? And then eventually, when it was a sexy category again, sold without having to sell, to your point,
Right.
because they could live in the business until then.
Now, what spins these founders out though when they compare themselves to the companies they're reading about? Where do they most often fool themselves?
I'd say 90, and some of this has to do with confidentiality of information, so I understand that. But I have seen a headline in the last 2 weeks that talked about a company getting to 100 million in revenue. I won't say the name. I know for a fact this company is burning insane amounts of cash. They have terrible gross margins. That kind of stuff is never going to be talked about in a headline. People are going to talk about distribution gains. People are going to talk about which retailers are launching in. People are going to talk about their sales forecasts being huge. But you're never going to actually know what we call the traction efficiency ratio of a company. That's just not something that founders are going to talk about. Whether they may have actually strong gross margins and profitability, which is too confidential. But I would say majority of the founders that are deliberately going out of their way to get as much press as possible about their sales momentum are probably more likely to not have the margins intact than the ones that are building quietly.
So knowing what folks should be looking out for, what do you see the raise environment looking like in the near term?
Just because we're doing a lot of M&A now and recently, my perspective, not being able to control for macroeconomic and geopolitical chaos is really, really positive. Because what happens, and I don't know what percentage of you are founders here right now, but here's the cycle. Strategics or bigger PE funds buy businesses. That returns money to investors and funds. That allows funds to raise more money or deploy more capital into earlier stage businesses. And so the beginning of that positive cycle is happening again, right? We're having a lot of great exits. It's going to return money to investors. It's going to give early stage investors more money to deploy and more confidence to deploy it because of the exits that are happening. So I'm feeling really good.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about the early stage fundraising environment since Chuck kind of covered the M&A cycle. I think what I've seen over the last 24 months, especially, is just, I call it the seed to Series A canyon. It's that timeline between after raising your pre-seed seed money and getting to Series A. I think that has widened more than I've ever seen in my life. I think the traction that you now have to have in order to raise a Series A has just really gone up. It used to be that if you were somewhere between maybe 3.5 to 5 million in revenue, that might be enough to get you a Series A. I think now it's probably more like 6 to 10 on pretty solid cash flow dynamics, profitability dynamics. So I think the impact of that is it's much more pressure on founders to raise bigger pre-seed and seed rounds to have the capital to fuel into that Series A traction. I think if you're still raising the traditional pre-seed seed side round, then you have to be even more capital efficient during that canyon because it's going to take longer for you to actually reach that traction point because it's so much higher. I think a few brands that I've seen at BevNET that I think have navigated this wonderfully. One is Leisure Hydration. I think Alex is somewhere in the audience. But they have just been incredibly capital efficient. They've built a solid fundamental business that, compared to most beverage companies, has much higher gross margin, is burning less. They're rolling out in retailers very strategically and methodically. And that's allowed them now to be in a position of power where they were able to close a Series A-S round and now can pour a little bit more fuel on the fire with fundamentals in place. So those are the kind of businesses that I personally look to kind of fund. I think there's another kind of investor that's, hey, let's burn and go really quick. But I don't think that investor is as popular as it once was years ago.
We've seen a lot of bigger seed rounds. You know, I mean, some of them are larger than the A rounds that we used to see. What's causing that, and sort of how should businesses think about deploying that capital and overall brand strategy?
I have thoughts, but I think you should hit it as an investor first, and then.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, fundamentally what's happened, this is the other thing on the VC side. Seed investors, a lot of them have become Series A investors. And I would say a lot of Series A investors are writing bigger checks with less frequency and really high conviction bets in less companies and concentrating around businesses that they have a lot of confidence in, which, I mean, it makes it harder. Law of large numbers just means less companies are kind of getting funding if there's fewer deals that are bigger. I think, again, if you can build optionality and power, you don't have to worry as heavily on getting that huge check from the Series A investor. I think it used to be that, you know, I still don't think you have to be necessarily super profitable at Series A. I think that's crazy. But if you can be as close as possible to break even, or maybe a few months where you're generating EBITDA, then the pressure on that raise just goes down because you probably have a little bit more runway than you would have had if you were less capital efficient. So I think at the end of the day now, it's like you need to be able to go into these Series A raises in a position of power and momentum versus really needing the capital to survive.
And you can spend more time thinking about your business than thinking about raising.
Correct.
One of my favorite newsletters of yours has been do this, don't do that structure regarding like personal interactions with investors. And one of the things that really it boiled down to is there are some investors who always seem to have their calls returned, always seem to be in contact with investors, and there's some founders who aren't. What's the divide? What are the folks doing differently?
Putting aside things you can't control for, like do you have wealthy friends and parents, what's your personal network like from your prior job, right? The biggest differentiator tends to be the combination of an extremely strong founder point of view with an open-mindedness so that you can convince people of your point of view while an investor also feels confident you're going to listen to input and adjust your point of view and feel just as strong about it, or maybe stronger, with people's feedback where it makes sense. Either extreme, we work with hundreds of founders, so you see every personality type. Either the I know everything, I don't want to listen to anyone, or my opinion is the last opinion I heard from somebody else, is just not going to work.
Yeah, I think the know your weaknesses piece is just a huge thing. I think like the founders we like to work with come to us with transparency surrounding where they think they need help and are excited to bring on a capital stack that can help them. They're not afraid to admit that they don't know literally everything about every part of the business and that they need to cover those weaknesses with expertise around them. That's the point of building a team. To be more tactical, one thing we recommend not doing, which I actually think some people disagree with, but it's just something that I believe is, if you are running a process and an investor rejects you, I don't believe asking that investor for intros to other investors is a good strategy, because I think that investor is obviously passing on you because they see something they believe is either negative in your business or your ability as a founder. And when they go and intro you to other investors, the first question they're getting from those investors is, hey, why did you pass? And then that investor is immediately biasing these other new investors that they would be making prospective introductions to on something negative about the business before the process even starts with those new investors. So I always say, try to get a warm intro from someone who hasn't passed on your business already. That's the worst source of an intro. And I think a lot of founders like, oh, you passed, but you know anyone who would maybe invest in my business? That's a very natural thing to ask, but it's the wrong way to get in front of investors, in my opinion.
What if that investor volunteers the connection?
I think if the investor volunteers and is like, hey, we loved your business, you were just a little too early for us. There's nothing wrong with your business fundamentally. We actually love it and want to track it. Here are a few investors who invest earlier than I do. That's totally fine. It's just if it is a perfect fit for the investor, and they pass for some kind of business reason that's kind of objective from their perspective, that's when you kind of want to avoid using them for interest. So I think the best interest come from existing investors or just trusted people in your network who have the relationships.
Yeah, and we have, slides are available for download. There's some really good information in here. Also, the QR code lets you sign up for term sheet pitfalls.
Yep.
One of the themes in your writing is that founders often solve an immediate problem only to create problems down the road. And certainly we hear this with like investments that involve blocking rights and stuff. What are the most common examples you guys have seen?
Yeah, the most obvious problem people are solving in creating new problems is I'm solving a cash problem and I'm agreeing to what I think I need to in order to solve that cash problem. But what they don't know is it creates a long-term cash problem to agree to, a big theme for us is early stage financing should be very simple and relatively straightforward, which doesn't make it not hard, but it should be simple. And folks will say, well, I had to agree to a 3x preference, which means investors get at least 3 times their money back first in order to get this money. But they don't realize that means everyone subsequently is going to ask for a minimum of 3 times their money back, at least as a starting point. And that creates a big problem. Or they take money from someone who doesn't invest in our space routinely early and give them a blocking right. And therefore, that investor doesn't realize you never exercise that blocking right unless something absolutely nuts is happening.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. I mean, I've seen situations where investors have super pro rata rights, which is basically the ability as an investor to invest as much as you want in the next round. And if a round gets really hot and a new investor wants to come into that round, that previous investor then has the right to block out that investor and invest their super pro rata and disrupt the round. So that can be extremely problematic. But I think Chuck hit the nail on the head on the main point.
Yeah, blocking rights almost feel like Chekhov's gun. If it's there, someone's going to use it.
I represent a lot of funds, and what I tell them almost all the time is you should never use that right. And you definitely shouldn't use it to force an entrepreneur to take a better deal from you.
And it happens a lot. How can our audience avoid it?
I often say simple, straightforward deals without giving away too many rights set you up for success. Sometimes founders over-optimize for valuation, and that's when you start to get a lot of bells and whistles from the investors. And in fact, it's worse for you in the long term to try to squeeze out a few million more in valuation and agree to a bunch of bad stuff.
Yeah, to basically just hone on the actual resources on the slide, there's one post we did that got a lot of traction. It's called "Usually Reject These Terms." If you read through those terms and you're seeing any of those in a proposed term sheet that you're thinking about signing, if your lawyer hasn't already flagged that to you, that's definitely something that you probably would want to discuss and circulate.
Now, we just have one more sec. I take it y'all are advocates for bringing in counsel early.
Yeah, I mean, I am. I think you can get away with it in a really cheap way at the beginning stages just because these safes are so simple by nature, and as long as everything is pretty standard, there's usually not a lot of legal work to be done. But I think having, we have a counsel do a quick check on everything that we're signing on our side, and so I don't think there's ever a time that's too early to bring them in, and it won't be that cost intensive really materially until there's a priced round. So I think the benefit is material, and you might as well do it.
And extremely briefly, I know we're out of time. couldn't be more biased, but I would say anyone who does a lot of this all the way through the life cycle and therefore does M&A is not looking to make money on their early stage brands. They're just looking to get the best early stage brands in their legal portfolio so they can sell them 5 or 6 years later.
All right. Well, listen, y'all, before we get charged another 6-minute increment, I gotta put an end to this. Thank you so much. This was super informative. Really glad that you guys were able to spend the time with us.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So we're on to our final panel. And before we do it, I just want to say thank you to this incredible BevNET team, to Carolyn Craven and to Ed Ryan and Video Bob in the back, and to our AV team run by Josh, and to my incredible edit team, and to John Craven and our sales team, of course. We're unfortunately going to say goodbye to one of our most beloved staffers in the couple of weeks after this show. And I only raise it because so many of you have interacted with John Landis personally. And I just want to say that, you know, I'm going to miss you, and I think a lot of people here will. So, like a quick round of applause for him. Our founders in this next panel have each spent a decade or more building beverage brands through changing consumer trends, through shifting retail environments, investor cycles, and personal evolutions as founders. Now, what I think is really striking is that none of the brands on this next panel have stayed frozen in time and sort of kept to a stodgy positioning. It's evolved, their products have evolved, in some cases even the format has evolved, but the brands have survived, they've kept moving forward, and they've kept growing. So this panel is really about the future of founder-led brands, how they endure, how they reinvent, but how they stay founder-led. And I want to spend this conversation talking about sticking around, about how it constantly creates this opportunity for renewal. So I want to please welcome Henry Kasendorf, the CEO of Remedy Organics, Mark Rampolla, the chairman of Zico, and Jenny Rips, the CEO of Owl's Brew. These are all three incredibly knowledgeable people who've been part of this community since it started, basically, and I couldn't be happier to have these three join us. Welcome. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you.
So, can I start with a request, Jeff?
Yes.
If you're actually interested in this, can you move forward? If you're not, it's okay. You stay in the back. But if you're interested, can you move forward? Because if any of you have been here or hope to be here someday, it's a little weird talking to chairs. So please, it's helpful for us. You'll get more out of us if you come forward. Thank you.
Can I say one thing also?
Sure.
Yeah.
Go next! I would save my voice last night and try to keep the screaming down so I'd be able to speak today.
And I have nothing to say.
I'd point out
Silent
that
but
Henry's
powerful.
so old he just held up a Ewing jersey.
Old school.
Old school, baby.
Vintage 1993.
Nice, nice. Where's the Anthony Mason jersey?
Right.
Or he's not allowed in the Garden. Or no, it's Oakley. Oakley's not allowed.
I'm working on that though.
Aside from the Knicks, when you guys look at your brands today, how different are they from what you originally, from your original vision?
And for us, the business started as a cold pressed juice company that my wife Cindy had founded, And Remedy was actually a pivot from the original business, so extremely different, not even close.
Jenny?
Yeah, so at Owl's Brew, we make sort of good, great beverages from amazing ingredients. The actual product lines have shifted tremendously over those years, but the thesis behind like why we make beverages has stayed the same. But if you looked at what we made, you know, a decade ago, it's incredibly different than what our offerings are today.
Mark?
Yeah, Zico's been through quite a journey. I think in many ways we're back even more to the OG product line. Any flavors that Coke launched after they bought the brand, we killed some other flavors. It's back to basically plain coconut water. But I would say the core of the brand has remained intact, but the challenge is to make it relevant 20 years later. So that's been an interesting challenge.
That's an interesting word, relevant, right? So everyone goes into these companies thinking that the consumer, the world is going to move toward them.
Yeah.
Over the 10 years, for each of you, how have you, has that sort of remained paramount, or is it that you're able to reach them better?
For us, our North Star is our origin story, and it began with my wife Cindy, who's a holistic nutritionist, creating products in our kitchen because she couldn't find products out there that met her standards for flavor, ingredient integrity, and nutritional density. And those are table stakes for us today, and we've resisted a lot of opportunities to chase new segments because of what our guardrails are. And at the end of the day, although we've had to say no to a number of opportunities, the integrity of our brand and the halo that we have has stayed true to what our consumers expect from us.
But there have been pivots, right?
There have been pivots.
There's been different form factors, shots, different, adjustments in protein that have benefited the brand.
Right.
I guess the question is, at what point did you think that we have to evolve?
Protein maxing, right? Our original products were 8 to 12 grams of protein. We now have products today that are 35 grams of protein, and it's balancing, right, meeting the consumer where they want us to be, and not chasing trends, but consumers want more protein. There's a lot of market dynamics that have fueled the demand for protein and more protein, and as long as we were able to produce products with higher protein that met Cindy's requirements for flavor, nutritional density, and ingredient integrity, we're going to do it. And the shots met the same standards as well.
Now, Jenny, as well, you thought you're going to where you think the consumer is. What was the eureka moment for you on that?
So it's really interesting. My background is as a beverage developer. I'm a TSOM, and our first business, my first business before Owl's Brew, we created, beverages for places like Organic Avenue, Sweet Green, Juice Press, and it was always about function and flavor. And when we saw this white space in ALC, really in BevAlc, where we were like, people were sort of like throwing the baby out with the bathwater with ALC, and we were sort of like, people should have every single benefit that they deserve. Everyone deserves something exceptional. And then if you want gin, you can get gin. But the thesis used to be like, oh, it's alcohol. Why even bother? Just throw some green coloring in and call it a day and have fun. So I would say our evolution is I think I was telling you this when we spoke about it. I feel like our what generation is this? Are we in right now?
Gen Alpha.
No, the 25-year-olds. What is
Y,
that?
I think.
what's our generation now?
No, Gen Z?
Gen Z. I feel like the spirit animal of Owl's Brew has always been Gen Z, and it's like the way the product has evolved was we tried so hard for so many years to explain our thesis of like using better ingredients, and you should know what's in your beverage, and turn the label around. Like, why isn't vodka labeled? And all of a sudden, we have a generation of consumers who are saying that to us. So it's been incredible, but our product has changed because it was so hard for us to explain it when we started, and now it's easy. So it took a long time.
Yeah, well, it's always fun when when the next generation repeats back to you the things you've always been saying, right?
Yeah, but we had to stay in it to get there, and I think that's,
Yeah, that's the hard part.
Yeah, exactly.
Mark, you stripped it down to the studs, right? What was the realization that said, we can do this, but this is the way we need to go about doing it?
Yeah, it's been a fascinating journey, and I think a lot about relevance, right? How is a brand relevant? How is a product relevant? How do you get sort of something back into the zeitgeist? And what's been fascinating is, when we launched Zico in 2004, right? Coconut water was not a category, and I remember training my team in demos to, if somebody has a bad reaction, to escort them out with the comment, oh, it's an acquired taste, it's not for everyone, because so many people did not like coconut water, right? And even my daughters didn't really love it for years. What's different now is it's mainstream, right? So it's a billion-plus category, it's fastest growing category, but yet, so the brand is working, the product's working, the business is growing very nicely, but still, we have a big opportunity on relevance. And I realized this when I was in an Erewhon a couple weeks ago, talking to a young guy stocking out the shelves, and I was asking about all the brands, and we had Zico in there, and he's like, yeah, just the brand looks a little tired, And so I take that, it's a little humbling, it hurts in some ways, but I love the fact that this year will be bigger than we were the year before Coke bought us the first time.
That's great.
And the brand is not nearly as relevant as it will be in a couple years when we continue to do this work. So yes, relevance matters, but it's no substitute for building a great business.
Yeah. So I want to, there's a lot in there, but the 2004 point is the one I really want to talk about. A lot of brands fail, not because the founders are untalented, and each of you is proven to be a really talented, flexible entrepreneur, but the timeline gets long and the road gets harder than you thought it was going to be. What have you each learned about sort of surviving, pivoting, that you maybe didn't realize in the first couple of years? Jenny?
Sure. I mean, in terms of what I've learned about surviving and pivoting, I think it's all about relationships and communication. I mean, of course, you can have a great product, and we've always had a great product. Even through all of our iterations, our product was great, but if the industry shifts, or if in one case we had a very early idea, a very early insight into spiked tea, and we didn't have a big enough team to actually get it into market fast enough. And we sort of got like the bigger guys railroaded us, and which was fine because we learned, right? We learned that we need a big team in beverage, particularly in Bev Alc. But I think in terms of surviving, like again, if we believe in the product, if we are at trade shows like Expo West and NRA, and someone has our beverage for the first time and smiles, or if someone says, oh, I love this brand, I've seen it before, or we have a community of social that's growing because people love it, I think what's responsible for what we need to do is, if we hit a tough moment, is to talk to our retailers, talk to our distributors, talk to our partners, and if there's a moment to pivot, not the brand thesis, not why we do what we do, but a product line or an insight into category, that we get buy-in. And I think that most of what I do is communication and relationships and working with partners, which wouldn't work if the product didn't work, but we wouldn't survive if it weren't for partners and relationships.
Those ties stay really true, and I think I I just want to stay on this for a minute because you just went through a big pivot where every single one of those partners received news and, they had to decide whether or not to support you in it, right?
Exactly.
So can you talk about that a little bit?
Of course. So we literally 3 months ago launched an entirely new product line. Of course, still Owl's Brew, but our product line is Spiked Pop, which is hard soda done clean. And not only did we launch an entirely new product line, we sunset the product line that I thought was no longer relevant, which was like an extraordinarily hard decision. But it was an idea that we had had for over a decade. Like we were waiting for a moment. It was this idea of sort of, if you think about soda, like root beer was originally made with like dandelion root and burdock root, and it was good for your stomach, right? And now it's not made with caramel coloring and aspartame. So this idea of better for you soda, but then alcoholic, was something we waited for because we knew that I'm going to get to your question, sorry, I don't want to take up the time, but we knew that the consumer wouldn't be ready for that alcoholic version until there was some non-alc. So as like Poppy and Olipop and Culture Pop were happening, we were like, when will the consumer know? When will there be enough? So we watched that category grow, and we knew the consumer finally, around the time Pepsi acquired Poppy, we were like, okay, maybe the consumer's educated on better for you soda, let's spike it. But to your point, we didn't do it in a vacuum. We're still at Whole Foods swapped our sets and expanded us, which was amazing. H-E-B swapped our sets and expanded us. Yankee Stadium, TD Garden, SoFi Stadium. So basically, and all of our distributors not only accepted it, but doubled or tripled. So it was a ton. My co-founders here, we put in so much work and effort into getting buy-in, and it probably would have tanked without that buy-in, even though the product I've never been more excited about than anything we've made.
Mark, as you've done your rebuild, and as Chris has worked on it with you and that whole team, have those communications ties served you, or have you had to build completely from scratch?
Yeah, I'd say a little bit of both. I'll own that. In many ways, I thought not only was I done with coconut water, I was done with beverage.
Yeah.
It was a brutal 9 years. And so I didn't maintain many of those relationships for the next 7 years, right? I became an investor, I went on to different categories. And so, man, I didn't have a clue who were the distributors relevant, today, the retailers, all of those things. So that became all the more important to build a great team. And so, one of the things I think Jenny's mentioning that I'm hearing, and I hear this all the time, is where I see founders get stuck is they can figure out what to do on the business in many cases, but it's the inner work, right? And I know we're going to get into this, what does it take to be personally resilient? Because that's what ultimately conveys to the team. And so I think by me owning and knowing, hey, I'm not as relevant as I thought I used to be. I don't know all the decisions. It led me to both find and empower a team that is. So fortunately, I had the relationships to do that and to get out of the way with most of the rest.
So Henry, you are a repeat entrepreneur. Do you think founders underestimate the emotional stamina required to do this for long enough?
Oh. Yes, it's the understatement of the year. But I think for us, staying founder-led over the long haul is not just about holding on tightly. It's about evolving our roles and from chasing growth to being the architects of a system that's sustainable long-term. And a lot of companies can get big for a moment, but staying there for the long haul, as we have been, and being completely data-driven and continuing to be, have category-leading growth velocities, period after period, year after year. It takes a lot of focus and discipline, and that's really what the priorities are for us.
What kind of advice do you have for our founders here for, really going to bed happy that you've been founder-led for so long and waking up in the morning and saying, this is my company, I'm going to make the most of it every day?
I mean, for us, back to the discipline, growth without control is just complete unbridled chaos, and we've been through it. So for us, it's putting those systems in, staying really disciplined, and knowing when to say no as well. And that's painful as an entrepreneur, because our DNA is to say yes to everything and figure out how you're going to do it later. But for us, saying no, prioritizing certain partnerships with retailers has really been a lesson we've learned, and one certainly to share with other entrepreneurs and founders in the industry.
Jenny?
So I think in terms of, you're saying what makes me still feel like energetic to
I mean, one thing I think about is you've had a partner this whole time.
Mm-hmm, yep.
And is that one of the ways that you recommend staying strong through all of this?
I do. I mean, I think there's a lot that goes into being a founder-led business, but just to stick to one theme for us, like relationships. So my relationship with my co-founder, we've been, partners for over a decade across more than one company. We exited a company together, Owl's Brew, we built together. And then I think that feeling goes across the team. So team culture, which I know it sort of sounds like a throwaway, but just really having a team where you understand the people and you're aligned. Your board of directors or investors, your advisors, your retailers, your distributors, like this is really a village. I mean, even you guys have been so incredibly supportive of our brand over the years. So I just think that you can't overemphasize, you need a great product, you need distribution, but I don't think you can overemphasize relationships.
Mark, you've been doing a lot of work, I think, on what it means to practice self-care as an entrepreneur, to think about the journey. Is there any advice that you have for folks who may be coming into your office as an investor or as someone who's still in the fight as an operator?
Yeah, a few things, a couple that come to mind. One is I was talking to somebody yesterday, been at this for a while, still kind of an early stage founder, and I said, look, are you fully accepting reality as it is, which is you're probably going to be at this for 7, 10, maybe 20 years. Your probability of a great outcome is a couple percentage points. And along the way, you'll probably make less than you would at a low-level corporate job. And if you still want to do this, then great, you've got a shot, right? Because that's the reality. And so I think setting that reality and being very clear is helpful, because then you know. And the other two pieces would be, you do have a choice, right? Every morning you wake up, we make a choice. Just because you have investors, just because you have commitments, doesn't mean anything, right? You have a choice. There are ways. There's people that come in and take jobs. There's ways to do this. And the third would be, get to know yourself really, really well and ask for feedback. What are you great at? What are you not great at? Get from your team, from other people, because I can tell you, I spent 9 years in Zico trying to be somebody else, trying to be this founder or that founder or this kind of leader, and I am done with that. And it's a hell of a lot easier to be yourself, whatever you're great at, right? As a founder, there's a lot you have to do, but how can you spend 60, 70% of your time doing what you love? Maybe it's engaging with customers, maybe it's not. Maybe it's ops, finance, online, whatever it is. Find that, and build a team around you that fills those gaps. It makes it a hell of a lot more fun and a hell of a lot more easy. A hell of a lot easier.
Well, I want to thank each of you for being yourselves and for contributing to this community. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. We're going to hear from the judging panel in just a second. But before we do, I just want to say thank you to all of you for contributing to this community as well, for contributing to each other, and for helping fill in each other's gaps. I think that there is just a sense of mutually assured success and care within the BevNET community that we can't replicate anywhere else. And so thank you from the bottom of my heart for your time, care, and support. And now I think we're going to hear who's getting written in the book of the next major pillar of the community as I welcome Ray Latif back on stage.
Yes, indeed. It is now the time to announce the winner of the new Beverage Showdown. I just want to reiterate that all of the semifinalists yesterday, all the finalists today did such an incredible job. Just a round of applause for all their amazing work over the past 2 days. There was a lot of discussion in the deliberation room. There was a lot of really good back and forth about the brands and the potential for the brands, the market readiness, the taste of the products, the packaging. And I want to go to the judges right now for a very quick debrief, talk a little bit about what they saw in these brands that made them think that these have a real possibility on the market, and some of the things that the brands need to do if they're going to scale from where they are right now. So Samantha, let's start with you.
What was very refreshing to me was that everybody had a very well flavored product. You could tell that everybody had spent several iterations of being very intentional with how the liquid tasted. What did it smell like? What did it look like? Are there layers of flavor? Is there complexity? Coming from the adult beverage category, it was very refreshing to me to try juices and coffees and items that I admittedly went into thinking they were going to be a little more simple than the adult beverage category, but I was wrong. And they were very complex, they were very flavorful. So everybody did a great job on that. And I think the most optimistic part was it was such a close decision because a lot of the changes were more on the marketing side or on the wording side of where we think that potential brands outdid one over the other. Small changes.
Dan, give us the good that you saw and some of the challenges that these brands might be facing as they continue to scale over the next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the beautiful part of the Beverage Showdown is that you have brands that are at all ages and stages, all early, but all ages. So there's some that are just more finished than others, and there's some that are earlier than others. And the hardest part about being a judge on it is to assess what the future holds, you know, and there's a lot of pieces in the criteria to be able to do. I mean, one of the best pieces, you know, what the future holds is founder feedback, which we would always invite, you know, any of the founders to come and have a conversation with us around, you know, what can be improved. Everybody who got here, you know, like to this part, right? It was pretty awesome, you know, in the sea of the beverages that are out there, and I just probably one more plug for you all is that it's a sincere approach from the industry to allow founders to come into a room with really experienced people to listen to what their story is, and they're going to have to do that thousands and thousands of times. And I mean that's the piece I mentioned on the optimism side, you know. So you get a lot of learnings, but this is the first piece of the learning they actually get in the beverage business, you know, when you get like a full scale piece of feedback on it. I think so there's the public forum and the feedback, you know, and then just taking and plowing the learnings in on what a founder has to go do to pivot. And there's a number of different criteria. I always say it's like, I was saying backstage, it's kind of like umami, you know, like it's like it all mixes together and then it comes up to some taste, which is I think what the Morrison Seger gentleman was talking about is this notion that he had too many cool names involved to remember his name specifically from the VC. But I think this idea is that he talked a lot about like the it factor. Like you have to kind of feel it, and that's what brands are. As rational as we want to make a decision-making process for them, it comes down to some level of someone's like affinity or kind of like emotion that they want to reach with a brand, and that's what generates the winner.
Lynn, your thoughts?
Well, this was such an interesting deliberation, and especially since we all came at it from different perspectives. I loved seeing so much innovation in form, in positioning, in name, and was always encouraged by founders who have an idea and bring it to life and who are able to do that. Where I think there could be room for improvement is really understanding who the audience is and who you're selling to, and being very, very defined about what you are and who you're for. And also helping consumers understand what you're replacing in their beverage world, because there's only so many beverages someone can take in a day, so you have to be a choice. You're either creating a new occasion for someone or replacing an occasion that already exists, and finding that sweet spot is really important. But really amazing brands, and so I echo, what an opportunity to showcase them here.
Yeah. And John, last word.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys said it already. I mean, I think this was a really tough one, and obviously, like all of these brands are early in their journey, but I think each one kind of, again, has like different challenges that they face that I think, really a lot of this, just looking back at the brands that, go on from this and, survive, thrive. Jenny from Al's Brew was just up here. That's a company that has, when they pitched and won, it was cocktail syrups, And I think that's just, my point is really, I think the really good founders and really good teams like figure out how to navigate all these different, variables, and, eventually you get to the point where they have something that can really scale. And I would just encourage everyone who got up here, or even is just sitting in the audience, to really think about that, And a lot of times I think early stage founders are kind of like, they almost feel like it's some sort of knock against them for changing, but it's not, like literally everyone has done it. And again, I would just encourage, everyone out there that's at that early stage to consider that.
Another round of applause for our incredible judging panel today. Amazing stuff. Well done. Two quick things. For all the semifinalists and the finalists today, please come and talk to the judges if you can find them after the show. I think they'll be around for a little bit. I'm sure they have a lot more feedback to offer all of you, more than we could even share on stage. So please do that. Also, for the live stream viewers at home, we'll be featuring an interview on the live stream with the winner of the new Beverage Showdown. That's about 1 o'clock, 1:05, so stay tuned for that. All right, I'd like to now announce the winner. We're going to bring that winner up on stage as soon as we reveal it. The winner of the new Beverage Showdown is Dadgrass. Ben Starmer, come on up.
Thank you so much, Joe. It's got a threat, and that's hilarious. Oh.
Island.
All right, well done, Ben. Congratulations once again. Thank you all so much for coming. We will see you in Marina del Rey in December. Until then, safe travels. Thank you all so much for coming. back and live from New York City. Today's lineup is full of can't-miss conversations, including a close look at how federal regulations are impacting cannabis, as well as sessions on what makes for investment-grade innovation in the CPG space and making your brand legible to AI agents. We've got 6 incredible brands pitching live in the new Beverage Showdown finals, presented by Coca-Cola North America's new revenue streams unit. One will take home the trophy today. Stick around to see who it is. If you missed anything earlier, no problem. Replays are available to insiders at BevNET.com/video. And while you're here, don't forget about our next BevNET Live event in Marina Del Rey, California, this December 6th through 8th. It's going to be 3 days packed with presentations, networking, sampling, and one-to-one meetings. Mark your calendars and get ready to kick off 2027 the right way. Learn more at BevNET.com/events. Stay right there and keep this tab open. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Melissa Travers, Director of Community at BevNET CPG Media and host of the Non-Base podcast, BevNET's How to Build This podcast for the food and beverage industry. Non-Base.com is BevNET's hub for CPG partners and information. Find trusted industry partners, our masterclass style education series, company announcements, job opportunities, data reports, and the Non-Base podcast all in one place. Visit nonbase.com to help you build smarter.
Hey folks, I'm Ray Latif, the editor, producer, and host of the #1 podcast for anyone building a business in food or beverage, Taste Radio. Thank you so much for watching our live stream. We hope you're enjoying the content, and we know that you'll enjoy listening to Taste Radio, which features interviews with founders of the most innovative and fast-growing brands in our industry. Recent episodes include conversations with Truff founders Nick Guillen and Nick Edgelooney, who share their strategy for scaling the business without losing the edge that made it a phenomenon. Nutrabolt CEO Das Cunningham, who turned a scrappy supplement startup into a billion-dollar beverage powerhouse, competing with industry giants. And Gary Vaynerchuk, who believes the future of CPG might look a lot more like Pokemon than packaged goods. My Taste Radio co-hosts and I also highlight the most relevant trends and news stories affecting emerging brands and share insights and advice on how to avoid pitfalls and scale effectively. Download or stream every episode of Taste Radio at tasteradio.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or your listening platform of choice.
Hi, I'm Monica Watrous, Managing Editor of NOSH.
I'm Brad Avery, Senior Reporter for BevNET and NOSH.
And I'm Lucas Southern, Senior Reporter for BevNET and NOSH.
And we are the hosts of the CPG Week podcast, your source for the latest food and beverage industry news, delivered to you weekly in a snackable, easy-to-digest format. Listen and subscribe on your podcast streaming platform of choice.
The most beneficial thing to our business is really reconnecting with founders who have done it before and have either exited or exhibited best-in-class tactics, skills, approaches to the business. And it's always great to brush up on those skills at these conferences.
Actually meeting everyone face to face, they're just here offering information to help you become better as a brand.
I come to BevNET Live to really meet and mingle with all the top people in the industry. I mean, from retailers to distributors to fellow beverage entrepreneurs, everyone's here.
All right, welcome back to the Taste Radio studio here at BevNET Live NYC 2026. I'm here with the winner of the new Beverage Showdown, Ben Starmer, the founder of Dadgrass. Ben, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You had a fantastic presentation. You got a great brand. Let's just, for folks who may have missed your presentation, what is Dadgrass?
Oh yeah, so we started Dadgrass because we believe that today's weed gets you too damn high. Not that there's anything wrong with that. We just wanted a low potency, really nice balanced buzz that was functional and really, really delicious.
Yeah, and I think from what I've heard, it is really, really delicious. But equally amazing about the brand is the packaging. It feels like, and I've said this a number of times over the past 2 years, past 2 days, it feels like a lawnmower beer that is a THC beverage. It seems like it was very intentional.
Absolutely. I mean, I love kind of all things vintage and heritage, and we really wanted to bring kind of a vintage, very familiar kind of beer label aesthetic to this beverage, and it sounds like it worked. So.
Yeah, I would say so. And I also would say that, you know, in terms of your presentation and what you wanted to get across, it was pretty polished. And I think you were able to get what you wanted to get across in the 2 minutes yesterday and the 4 minutes today. How did you prepare for this?
You know, I've been telling folks I'm used to jumping up on stage, talking to a bunch of distributors, doing GSMs. When you actually have a time limit, it makes things considerably more difficult.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of practice that went into it. There was a lot more scripting that I had ever done before. Hadn't necessarily been a stand in front of the mirror kind of practice your presentation guy, and I had to become one for this event, certainly.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get up there in front of 300, 400 people and speak about your passion, speak about the business of what you're doing. But I thought you did that really, really well.
Well, I appreciate that.
When it comes to the elephant in the room, which is what you mentioned today, we're talking about November.
Yes.
And the unknowns that are out there right now as it relates to THC beverages. What makes you confident that we will see THC beverages on the market November and beyond?
Yeah, you know, I think...
and to be clear, this is really about regulation at the federal level and whether or not CPG brands will be able, THC CPG brands will be able to market their products in the United States.
Yeah. You know, regardless of what happens in the short term, meaning, you know, there could be a pause in November if we're just being very honest with ourselves. What's undeniable is the consumer demand is just absolutely real and it's massive. You're also starting to see, you know, major retailers, Target, Sprouts, Circle K, continue to expand their commitment to the category, and you know, from beer wholesalers and other suppliers, et cetera, really putting a lot of momentum here. So even if it goes away on the short term, we believe this category for the long term is here to stay. And once there is regulation, it's going to be a permanent part of the adult beverage landscape, and I think that's going to be really exciting.
How are investors evaluating funding of brands like yours? How are you talking to investors about the long-term potential of brands, of your brand, Dadgrass?
Yeah, well, I mean, since November, the kind of capital markets for this category have been pretty quiet, which makes a lot of sense. What we're currently doing is we're having preliminary conversations to start relationships with investors, with funds, so when we do get that clarity, we can move really fast. And, you know, like I said, the momentum and the size of the prize behind the category is just, it's undeniable. I think, you know, Mr. Trone from Total Wine and Spirits estimated it at 30 to 40 billion within a couple years. And you start looking at those numbers, you start to also see the trends, the declines that are happening in Alc Bev, and this is a real bright spot. And so, you know, folks are very excited. They're just sitting on the sidelines until they can come in with a little bit more confidence, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I want to ask one more question. And I asked this on stage to John Craven. I said, do you think that folks who are typically lawnmower beer consumers are going to trade out for a brand like Dadgrass? I don't know if that's your intention, is for folks to trade out or trade up or however you want to describe it. But I mean, are you targeting beer consumers? Are you targeting cocktail consumers? Or is this sort of additive to their lifestyle?
I think it's additive. You know, it's really anyone that's looking for a really good tasting beverage that also wants a little bit of a buzz. I think, you know, as I think collectively as a society rethinking our relationship with alcohol. We're not necessarily an anti-alcohol brand at all, but this is just another option in your fridge to have a great tasting beverage that gives you a nice little feeling that you might not get from alcohol, especially on a daily basis.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ben, congratulations once again.
Thank you so
much. I
much.
know this was a lot to prepare for, and you went up against some really tough brands and some really
other
great
brands
founders.
Were phenomenal.
Kudos to all the founders that participated, because there was a lot of really good stuff out there, and I feel like we're going to see a lot of these brands continue and be stars
Absolutely.
of tomorrow in the next 5-10 years
Yeah.
as well. So once again, really appreciate the time, and really appreciate everyone watching on the live stream over the past 2 days. It's just been fantastic here in New York City, and we're looking forward to being in Marina del Rey in December. Along the way, Taste Radio and the team will be in Chicago in August, San Diego and San Francisco in September, and in London, England in October for our meetups. So more information about our meetups at tasteradio.com, more information about BevNET Live at BevNET.com, and of course, listen to Taste Radio every single week, tasteradio.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or your listening platform of choice. Signing off for our incredible team here at BevNET, I'm Ray Latif, and we'll talk to you next time.
The most beneficial thing to our business is really reconnecting with founders who have done it before and have either exited or exhibited best-in-class tactics, skills, approaches to the business. And it's always great to brush up on those skills at these conferences.
Actually meeting everyone face to face, they're just here offering information to help you become better as a brand.
I come to BevNET Live to really meet and mingle with all the top people in the industry. I mean, from retailers to distributors to fellow beverage entrepreneurs, everyone's here.